How are we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Yo, 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 what's up, boys and girls? How we doing? Good morning to you all. Nashatar crab mount. Yeah, we'll get to it, It's on the to-do list. You're right, I absolutely should do it, you're right. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. It's time to start rocking and rolling. Coffee's at the ready. New week is ahead of us. How have we all been? Fair few of you here this morning. I like. Let's first and foremost get things rocking and rolling. Let's not mess about. Let's talk about the stream schedule a little bit this week. There's some subtle changes to the stream schedule this week.
Hello there.
Hello there. Nafre, welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome. Oh, Zan, how are we doing? Good to see you. There's a few subtle changes to the stream schedule this week. There'll be no stream on Tuesday or Thursday. I have some real life engagements I need to attend. And because of those, I need a little bit more time to work on the stuff that I've got going on behind the scenes. So there'll be stream today. Obviously, we're live now. We'll have a stream on reset day. Do a little bit of reset day, auction house, PvP, gold making business. And then we'll play something else on Friday. I've not decided what the something else will be on Friday. We might continue playing a bit of Hades. We might take a sneaky look at Factorio. Factorio is not really one of those games that you can easily just, play for a stream. You need to dedicate a month to playing Factorio, but we'll see. Maybe if any of you guys have got suggestions for a game to play on Friday, let me know. Jump into the Discord, say hi, whatever the case may be. Do you want to know something funny? I used some of your gold making on Final Fantasy XIV. Really? I've thought that the economy side of things of Final Fantasy is not exactly the same. There's a lot more limitations from what I've heard. There's a lot more customization with the crafting, but there's a limit to how much auction housey stuff you can do. What are you looking for, wives? You stealing all my coat hangers? Thanks. What about all the Vial of the Sands recipes people were getting yesterday, including me, the Illuminati? It'd be interesting to investigate that, A lot of people have been saying that the Vial of the Sands recipe, which is traditionally one of the more grindy recipes to get your hands on, a couple of people posted in the Discord yesterday that they got it out of their first jar. Makes me think that it's maybe Blizzard have changed something and just not told anybody. I mean, that does tend to happen. That's not to say that it's an easy recipe to acquire, even if it was 100% drop chance, because you're just getting the archaeology in the first place, and even getting that first jar can be quite time consuming if you haven't touched archaeology at all. What do you need, like 450 archaeology or something to even start farming the thing? I don't know. Yeah, the grind is real. The grind is real even for the archaeology bit before you start, trying to get jars and opening jars to see if you get the recipe. We'll have to. We might investigate that at some point if we've got a spare while. I do have the Vial of the Sands on my alchemist though. It might be an opportunity to try and get alchemy on another character, on another realm. Just expand our reach a little bit, but we'll see. It's unique, and it's indeed limited in terms of how many NPCs that you can have. You can only have 4 of them maxed. Each NPC holds 20 times 4. Okay, so there's a lot more limitations on what you can sell, I think, on Final Fantasy. I've not played it. It's obviously on my list to at least, investigate at some point. Like I said before we started playing New World, I do not have room in my life for 2 MMOs. If we're going to play an MMO, that's not World of Warcraft, we have to be in a position to turn World of Warcraft off for however long. MMOs are designed to not just be dabbled with. You can't, you can't just casually dabble in an MMO. You play an MMO or you play another MMO. I don't believe it when people say they play 2 MMOs. It's a lie. It's not possible. Certainly not WoW and something else. 300 adamantite powder. Do people still buy adamantite powder? Wow. Is it still just used in leveling the, what would it have been, the BC? Do you need it for the TBC recipes? Or am I mixing my professions up, my expansions up? I can't remember. You can't use add-ons or any mods. If you use them, GMs are known to go through streams and nail people to the cross. Okay, yeah, fine. $190 gold a piece for adamantite powder. I mean, considering you can quite often pick up adamantite ore for like pennies, literally pennies, because it's really not used in anything, really. I mean, adamantite bars go into a few bits of transmog, but apart from that, it's pretty much a dead material. I used to really enjoy, back in the day, just prospecting all of the old ores. Mainly because you could still make a killing from a lot of the gems. Especially if you could focus on a gem that was often needed for leveling up a profession. You could make a killing. It's been years since I've done anything like that, but I used to really enjoy going back, prospecting the old ores. That's why I love jewel crafting. Jewel crafting is easily my favourite possession. If you want a free refer a friend code, DM me. I can give you one. It's nice to know. Thank you. We might investigate Final Fantasy at some point. But like I said, we'd need to dedicate a chunk of time. There's probably, if we look at it, if we look forward, to how 2022 is going to play out, we're going to have patch 9.2 launch soon-ish. That's about as much as we know. People like Mr. GM have claimed as early as February the 8th. I don't think it's quite ready to be that early yet, especially considering it's a major content patch and arguably the last major content patch of the expansion. I think that we're going to get a little bit more heads up than just, oh, by the way, the patch launches next week. I would imagine late February is, I don't know the exact numbers, I've not really looked into it, but I still think we're at least 4, 5, maybe 6 weeks away from seeing patch 9.2. At the moment, I've got plenty of stuff to be doing, but my point is with this, is once 9.2 has landed, once we get much into patch 9.2, patch 9.2 might be a good fun, a good adventure for a month or two. But then we're going to fall into the trap that we always fall into of having nothing to do until the new expansion comes out. Now, of course, I hope the Blizzard gods are listening and that they grant me my wish of a early alpha or beta key for whatever the new expansion is. But, I'll have to speak to some of my connections to get myself a code. But that will probably mean that there's a huge chunk of time over the summer, more than likely, where we might not have a lot of dedicated things to do in World of Warcraft, and that's when we can maybe expand our focus to some other games, maybe even Final Fantasy. But there's a bunch of stuff on my list already. We have... I want to give Minecraft a go. I've never in my entire gaming life given Minecraft a proper go. Not to mention, Minecraft also has got a huge modding scene which can basically turn Minecraft into a fancy Factorio. Now, I've got probably 3,000 hours in Factorio at this point. I'm always playing Factorio. It's my secret passion that I'm often playing it off stream. I don't make much YouTube content for it. I absolutely desperately want to make YouTube content for Factorio. because I love that game so much. But I need to decide whether I put it on the main channel or whether I make a new channel for it. There's also Satisfactory that goes with it, which is another game that we really should investigate before it goes. You know, I think Factorio is Satisfactory is still technically in early access, I think, but obviously there'll be updates to it consistently, and then eventually it will launch as games do nowadays, and there'll be a big spike in that. Dyson Sphere is it Dyson Sphere program or project? I can never remember which one. DSP. I want to revisit. We first played it about a year ago, I think. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I want to... My list of games to play this year is ridiculous. And I want to use this opportunity of being a content creator and doing this as my job to bring you guys along. And we can all have a bit of fun at it. Preoccupied with Project Zomboid at the moment. Hopefully 9.2 comes sooner than later and I can keep my sanity in check. What in the world is Project Zomboid? I live in... You got to remember, I live under a rock. I live in the four walls of Warcraft, and that's basically all my brain thinks about. Project Zomboid. Right. Sounds a little bit like Goblinoids Unite. But anyway, have we sold anything? Have we sold anything? That is the question. We've sold 90k worth of stuff. But there's a few hundred mails hidden behind expireds by the looks of things. So let's get this on the go real quick. If we're looting said stuff, we should probably do a cancel scan. My schedule today for the stream is pretty simple. We'll get a little bit of auction house stuff bashed out. I did a full restock of legendaries yesterday afternoon, so we don't need to mess about with any of that business. I want to give people an opportunity to filter in this morning before we take a little bit of a look at the Wowhead economy blog. It's not a huge one this week. I had a little flick through it. I noticed the fact that I'm featured in it. Samadan has chosen to feature one of my videos that I put out last week in it. There's also a lot of talk about a classic, I think, in there, which is not necessarily my field of expertise, but we'll still take a little looky. But then, with that out the way, I want to switch my attention back to Project Draenor, as it's really starting to kick into gear now, as we're starting to get enough gold to, I wouldn't say attack legendaries, but give them a good go. Right, everything expires in an hour. It really annoys me when things are like that short of a duration, because it makes me feel a bit weird for doing cancel scans on stuff that's going to cancel it. Wow, literally every single one of my auctions expires within 2 hours. Do we just do the hardcore thing and just spend 20 minutes cancelling everything? And just do a full relist, because otherwise we got to come back in 2 hours and relist a bunch of stuff anyway. All right, we're gonna go hardcore, cancel everything. It's an isometric survival horror game that I thought I'd never like, but now I'm addicted to it. Not everybody's cup of tea for sure. Isometric survival horror game. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's one of the ones that would make me scream like a girl. We don't need any of that business on stream. Nobody wants to hear me scream like a girl. Sorry, I mean scream like a barbarian male. No, everybody screams like a girl. Good weekend for me, by far the best, but I still struggle to set up TSM to sell legendaries. My auction operation says price is too low, but when I check the mats and list it manually, I'd still make several thousands of profit. I'm going to be honest with you. TSM, when it comes to legendaries, it's not very good. Apologies if any TSM dev or gumdrops or somebody is in chat, but generally speaking, Trade School Master, when it comes to legendaries, is not very good. we kind of have to hack together a solution for it to work even remotely effectively. More importantly, for crafting legendaries, Trade School Master is equally not very good. I think Trade School Master are aware of this. I mean, I've certainly voiced my opinions on it not being very good quite publicly. There's also lots of the pain points, though, that are things that are going to be updated. They're working on them already. The whole gathering system in Trade School Master is being completely redone from the ground up. So when it comes to getting your list of things to craft, then going to get the items, it's going to have some level of support for intermediate items as well. There's a few things that they're looking to add to Trade School Master to make the whole process better. But I genuinely feel that the way that Trade School Master was even coded behind the scenes was a little bit thrown together and like, oh my god, how do we actually support this properly? So it's being worked on, but the TLDR of that mini rant is that Trade School Master is just really not that good for legendaries. It's really bad for crafting them because it doesn't have the logic to craft the cheapest variation of it. And then when you go to list them, if you're listing them on a character that didn't craft them, you then have the problem that it by default reverts to, for the higher rank legendaries anyway, it reverts to using the value of the Vestige of Origins for the profession that crafted it. This is why tailoring is always, you have to hack tailoring to even work remotely. Otherwise you're just priced way out of the game. Your crafting costs end up being loopy. I'm going to be honest here, there is an add-on out there that makes the whole process a little bit more straightforward, a little bit more simplistic, and has better logic built into it at this point, and that's Legendary Stock Tracker. Good friend of the stream, Stro, I don't know if he's kicking about here, he's been moving house recently, he's been a busy man, but Legendary Stock Tracker is proving to be, now of course this doesn't handle the posting of your auctions, but it does keep track of the ones that you have, and its restocking is very powerful now. The restocking facility in this is very powerful. It's even integrating a material list. Yeah, LST is proving to be the go-to for managing and crafting your legendaries. Once you've got them crafted, you've obviously got to list them and sell them, and that's where we still have to rely on Trade School Master. But yeah, there's no one perfect solution out there. That's basically what I'm trying to get at here. But for the crafting side of things, LST is fantastic. For tracking the inventory, LST is fantastic. It's now got the gathering and the material list functionality, which is fantastic. What it's good at, it's very good at. Then you just have to try and hack Trade School Master to post everything correctly. And if you do that enough, then eventually you win. But I tell you what, I now use LST so frequently for legendaries that I really wish there was the ability to do something like this for other categories of items in the game. I'm looking at you, Trade School Master. I'd like you to present me, or even LST if Stro's watching. Is he even chilling? Is he lurking? I don't think he's here this morning. I would love to be able to do the same for like my profession crafted gear. Item level 87, item level 117, item level 151, item level 168, 200, 230, 233, 260, whatever it's going to be. I would love to see this, but for the profession general crafted gear. Because I've got no easy way to visualize just how much crafted gear I have. I'm relying on Trade School Master, not breaking. Does LST track inventories on both accounts for crafting purposes? Yeah, it's got a synchronization feature. And it's also it's tracking the inventory for the crafted legendaries. I don't know if it's checking for materials. But yes, you can basically where is it? You can basically synchronize your stock between different characters if they're on different accounts. It's not, it's not automatic like Trade School Masters is. You have to like literally say, right, send the data to this alt. But then you send the data, if you sell everything on one character, you then send the data to the crafter so that the crafter knows exactly how many you've got in stock, and then it will do its restock and you send it all over. There is now this new button that has just recently showed up as well. Use Tsm Material Counts. So this can for materials, this can also tap in to what Trade Skill Master thinks your overall inventory is. So it's utilizing Trade Skill Master's inventory module for the materials, which is also kind of very handy. It's getting very clever, but also deliberately keeping it simple. Some of the feedback I've given for LST over the time of its development, one thing I've always suggested is just keep it simple. Keep it simple. We've got Trade Skill Master to do all the complicated, difficult stuff. And look what happens with that. Most people struggle to use Trade Skill Master effectively because it's got lots of complexity, but it's not user-friendly. It's not straightforward. LST, on the other hand, very good. Very good. I'm obviously slightly biased, though, as I feel I've had big input to the way that the add-on's been developed, so... KISS principle with LST. Yeah, exactly. Keep it simple. Like, honestly, just keep it simple. This, because with the restock thing and the materials list, more than anything, I had a chat with Stro about how could you handle this, and I was like, it's really simple. Just tell me how many of an item that I have and how many more of it that I need, and I'll work out where I go and get it from. If I know that I've got 20 heavy callous hide and I still need another 40 heavy callous hide, I'll work out where my heavy callous hide is. I can then choose to go buy it off the auction house. I can choose to get it off an alt. I can work that bit out. I can do that bit. Just tell me what I have and tell me what I need. It's a shopping list, right? Once you've gathered it, once you looted it out your mailbox, whatever, it's real simple. It's real straightforward. Must have watched about 10 hours total of intro to TSM on YouTube before I began with it. See, this is the thing. It's a scary looking add-on. And let's be real here. People don't, an add-on is, theoretically an add-on is meant to be there to make your life easier. Not for you to need to take a evening course on how to use the damn thing. This is where I hope, people like myself and Samadan and less publicly facing figures like Saigon or Bilisanixia, people who have played with this add-on for years are able to hopefully, point people in the right direction of how to use it. Because it is powerful. It's super duper mega powerful when you get to grips with it. But it's not user friendly. It didn't make it any easier, but it certainly made me a lot richer. Yeah, this is it. The problem is if you're doing anything auction housey nowadays, this is why I have this constant struggle with, is Trade School Master just too overpowered nowadays? Because I always ask myself the question, is it feasible to do this without the aid of an add-on? Is the add-on just making it easier for me to do something? Or is the add-on actually giving me extra functionality that I don't normally have? And that, for me, is where I think boundaries start to get crossed. And this equally is where I think Blizzard have a similar thought, right? Blizzard don't care if the add-on just makes your life easier. This is like, Weak Auras. Weak Auras doesn't play the game for you, but it tells you stuff that you can, you know, your buffs are all up here, your debuffs are all up here. A weak aura is just going to throw a massive great big thing in the middle of the screen, so you definitely don't miss it. But you still have to react to it, you still have to play with it, you still have to do something with it. You know, handy notes. You can go find all the treasures yourself. You can remember where all the treasures are. In many cases in the game, you know, herbs show up on the map and treasures show up on the map and whatever, but handy notes doesn't do anything that the game doesn't do. It just, you know, reminds you where these things are. Trade Skill Master really does sit on the borderline for me, because the whole cancel scanning thing arguably isn't really that possible without Trade Skill Master. Now, Auction House add-ons have, way before Trade Skill Master, they've integrated things to check your price against the others. Even Auctioneer, I think. Auctioneer, Auctionator, I always get those two confused. I've not used either of them for years. But even those had a simple cancel scan thing. It would check your auction and put either a green tick or a red cross next to ones that you'd been undercut on, and then you can decide what you do from there. So, you know, add-ons have always kind of touched on that, but I'm still of the opinion that this is incredibly strong, and without using Trade Skill Master, you're at a huge disadvantage. You definitely cannot deal with more than, I don't know, 50 to 100 items manually. If you want to deal with more than 50 to 100 items, you kind of absolutely have to use TSM. Or at least that's my opinion on it. Which then falls into the category of, well, is it just too strong? It's hard to say. I also see the opinion very frequently that if, say, for example, Trade Skill Master was removed from the game, there are many people in this community that just wouldn't play the game anymore. Now, I know that we're not essentially a huge percentage of the overall player base. The goal-making community, generally speaking, is very niche. But I'm sure Blizzard are equally aware of that. The goal-making community equally is usually pretty dedicated to the game. That's one thing I've also seen. There may not be so many of us, but we are very dedicated to the game. Often we will have multiple accounts. Often we will play this game throughout an entire patch's life cycle. There are many of us that have not let their sub drop for years and years at a time. So I think even in Blizzard's eyes, we hold some value. That's why I wasn't that mad when they added the Auction House throttle. Well, arguably, the Auction House throttle was only implemented quite simply because of Trade Skill Master, right? Without something like Trade Skill Master interacting with the Auction House so frequently, so quickly, there wasn't need for it, because a real human could not possibly cancel and relist auctions that fast. But the sheer hammering that the Auction House was taking and the server load that it was causing was the primary reason why the Auction House throttle is there. Is to limit the speed in which you can use the Auction House, which isn't an issue, you know, until you start having add-ons doing half of it for you. What did we sell over on this realm then? Not a lot. 200k worth of stuff. No biggie. Oh, once again, literally everything expires in an hour. I might just leave this realm. I might just come back to this. Could you imagine if all the goblins were gone? Raiders would go bonkers. Where are my Legos? Where are my pots? Where's my carry customers? Well, yeah. Yeah. We're a niche corner of the game, but I'm not going to go as far as to say we're the foundation of the game, but we definitely are at least a very, you know, very necessary pillar of the foundation. You take the avid goblins out of the game, and all of a sudden your auction house looks very funny. Yeah, your auction house will start looking very funny. We see this when you look at. I'm talking about really low populated servers here, but the lowest of the low population servers, the auction house is wild. It's an absolute wild west on those super low pop servers, because you'll often go days with just no materials. Like somebody will swoop in and they'll just buy all of the materials, and there'll be days before you see any more. Who needs market values when there just isn't any? The market value is whatever you want to sell it for, because people either buy it at your price or they don't have it. It becomes a seller's market, which is crazy. Actually crazy. It would be like vanilla, farm for 6 hours to raid at night. Raiders would quit pretty quick. Well, this was it. Like back in vanilla, you kind of had to be self-sufficient. You needed so many, like, to play at a top-end level. There's also many people that would argue that you don't need pots and flasks and all that silly things in vanilla. People just did it because it was something that was considered something that you should do. But equally, yeah, you had to be a little bit more self-sufficient because the economy wasn't anywhere near as stable. Now, Classic was not really a fair representation of that, because people knew what the hell they were doing before they got into Classic. And, I mean, you had Trade School Master, you had proper goblins in Classic. Back in Vanilla, though, it was a completely different story. Drug-free raiding, no pots or flasks. That's almost like a meta achievement. That should come as a feat of strength to some raiders. To raid without a flask. It's a solved game. Yeah, I mean that's why as good as Blizzard did with keeping Classic, you know, no changes. The one thing they could never truly not change was just the fact that the player base already knew absolutely everything about the game. They knew every item, they knew every boss, they knew every drop from every item, they knew every material, every potion, every consumable. There was not a single square inch of the game that players didn't already know about. Whereas when it was first launched, it was just this massive, great big expanse of just mystery. We didn't have Wowhead to data mine everything. Sure, we had Thoughtbot. There wasn't even, let's not forget that there wasn't even like quest helpers or anything back in actual vanilla. I remember, I think it was in TBC, partway through TBC, when we got the first like really quite good in-game questing add-on. I think it was it called Questy? I can't remember. It was 15 years ago. But I remember that, you know, the very first add-on for quests where you actually got like an arrow that said, go there. Like, you picked up this quest. To complete this quest, you got to go there. No longer did you have to read all of the text and try and work out, okay, go and speak to the old man in a hut down by the river. Okay, what is it, that river? I guess. Leveling was a pain back then, having to find some hidden quests in Ashenvale to be able to continue in the zone. Yeah, it having, you know, breadcrumb quests leading on to bigger quests was sure annoying, but it did, you know, it created that world experience, which not a single game can replicate now because everything's data mined. Like, literally everything's data mined. We know everything about every patch before it even goes live. I'm slightly to blame for that because obviously I do a lot of coverage of things like the PTR, and there are some people, they're few and far between, but there are still some people that try to play the game in a pure way. They don't, you know, They sit in a box whilst all the testing is going on. They don't want to know anything. No spoilers. They don't want to know anything before a patch comes out. The problem is it's also a competitive game. You can't do that and also be competitive. So most people have to make that decision. Play the game and take the advantages that you have available to you, or, you know, play by yourself in a very closed off, spoiler-free environment. Baron's chat, where can I find Malik's wife? Yeah. I mean, that still goes on today, right? Right, we've only got a few more auctions to cancel, although I do seem to be... Oh no, we can get a little bit further. I'm trying to clean my auction house completely, 100% empty, so that we can relist everything afresh. And hopefully get into a routine where everything will expire about the same time every day. Give me 23-hour auctions, Blizzard, please. Janity, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Good to see you. We'll get the auction house relisted. We'll get everything up. We'll just do a quick scout for materials, and then we'll move on to the Wowhead weekly economy wrap up. I do not know why that's such a tongue twister for me to remember, but it is. Right. Do we have a clean and tidy auction house? 0 auctions. Auctioning. Go, go, gadget, go. Woke up, turned on the PC for my day off, grabbing a huge mug of coffee. How bad can it be? That sounds wonderful. That's basically what I do every day, and I'm incredibly thankful for it. It is, it's you guys are the reason that I can do that, so thank you. Let's get Matthias to spend 2 million on maps. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. We'll see how much is in the mailbox first. We got to loot the mailbox before we can spend more. Although my TSM graph is looking horrendous. These dizzy heights of nearly 42 million gold. We've been on a bit of a downward spiral recently. Downward spiral because we restocked and upped our inventory dramatically for legendaries. Then we made a bit of gold for a few days. Then this was one of these drops. Well, I don't know. There's 2 drops here. One of these drops was capping my Blizzard balance. So there was a 3 or 4 million gold I spent capping my Blizzard balance. And now we're on an upward path again. Oh dear. Yeah, we need a week where we don't spend 2 million gold a day on materials. That would be really nice. But I guess I'd rather have the materials so that my potential competition then doesn't. I feel bad sometimes for being as aggressive as I am on my own realm. I don't know. I'm sure you guys post any name on this list. I'm sure you're equally making millions of gold every day, so it's fine. And if you're not, try harder. I mean, it really would not be that difficult to completely corner me out of this market. Simply on the basis that I barely cancel scan at all on this realm. So generally speaking, anybody that also plays on my server's got a really good opportunity to sell a lot of legendaries. The only thing I'm going to strangle you on is materials. But if you can get your materials, then you'll be fine. We're doing fine, don't worry. Good to hear, Kojak. Good to hear. All's fair in love and auctioning, exactly, yeah. Would need crystals and some more, but crystals are at 1k at the moment on my realm. Eventually you put yourself in a position where it doesn't matter what the materials are. It doesn't matter what price the materials are, because you just pass that cost on to the end person buying it. It doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter if your crystals are 100 gold or 1,000 gold. You just pass that price on. You know. You still take your 10% cut on top. So, this is the mindset you just have to take sometimes. That the only obviously you've got to be cautious that if they're 1,000 gold, you don't want them to crash to 500 overnight, because then you've massively overspent. But recent history would seem to indicate that's not happening anytime soon. One thing that I've also seen is there's lots of misinformation floating around about Korthite crystals. I need to put a dedicated video out, I think, about legendaries in 9.2 at this point. I've not done it yet because we don't know a lot about them, but I still see so many people uttering complete rubbish about 9.2's legendaries. Oh, dump all your Korthite crystals now. Nobody's going to need Korthite crystals in 9.2. No, you were dumb. You were dumb, idiot, dumb. You are absolutely going to need Korthite crystals in 9.2. But I guess if there are people out there that don't understand that properly and are dumping theirs, then, you know, it just makes them cheaper for me. But we'll see. We'll see. Right, first batch is on the auction house. Let's grab the next batch. Oh my god, 635 to work through. Just tell them to dump them all now, then buy them all up. Oh yeah, sorry guys, changed my mind. Actually, you are going to need lots of them. Yeah, how to destroy my brand image in one go. Yeah, that would be good, that would. To clarify that some people might be sat there with a question mark above their head right now. To clarify, in patch 9.2, the only thing that's significantly changing is that there will be a new vestige. Currently, we have the Vestige of Origins, which gives you +2 ranks to the item you craft. The new Vestige of Eternal will give you +3 ranks. That's the only thing that's changing significantly. So you'll now have the choice of vestiges to use. If you put a vestige on a rank 4, a Vestige of Origin on a rank 4 will give you +2, making your rank 6. You can put a Vestige of Eternal on a rank 4 and in turn make your rank 7. That's going to be the only way to make a rank 7. There will technically be 2 ways to make a rank 6 though. There's the way that we know now, a rank 4 plus a Vestige of Origins. This is simple maths, 4 plus 2 equals 6. Your other option is going to be a rank 3 plus a Vestige of the Origins. So a 3 plus a 3 equals a 6. That still does not mean in any way, shape or form that you won't need Korthite crystals. Yeah, please check my numbers on that. If I fail that maths class, then we've all got problems. People's only logical argument for the fact that you won't need Korthite crystals is that everybody will want rank 7s. Why would people want rank 6s? And that opinion usually only comes from the mouth of people that are not already selling legendaries because they've got no experience in the market. If I can craft any rank of legendary and I know I will sell it because I know there's people out there that buy it. This is the difference between taking advice from somebody that's done it and taking advice from people that very clearly haven't done it. You got to be careful about that because anybody can spout any old rubbish on the internet. Take it from somebody that's actively done it and is doing it, not some random dude that has no idea what they're talking about. Any rank will sell sometimes. Yeah, like, absolutely. Without question. I don't craft and sell rank 1s, 2s, and 3s. But the main reason I don't do that is not because they're not profitable. It's just because it's way too many additional items for me to be dealing with. I'm already dealing with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of items just by focusing on 4, 5, and 6. If I was to add 1, 2, and 3 to the mix already, it would just be outrageous numbers. And that's the reason I don't deal with 1, 2s, and 3s. Not because they don't sell. I know they'd sell. And some of them are even selling at a profit. It's just, I'd rather put my focus on, you know, other stuff. Sold a rank 1 Bone Shatter Waistguard for 11k at the weekend. Yeah, they'll all sell. They'll all sell. And of course, if you craft them, then sell them, and want to craft them again, guess what you need? More materials. E.g. Corthite crystals. One of the best sellers to this day still is rank 4. Even though we have rank 5 and 6. Why is rank 4 super popular still? Because it's cheaper and it's easier for people to craft their legendary using it. Because they only need soul ash and not soul cinders. This will be the exact same when we go into the next patch. You'll still sell rank 4s. You probably still won't sell rank 5s. You'll probably still sell rank 6s. And then to those that really do want to min-max and want the very best and are willing to pay the premium, and I'm shit you not, it will be a premium, you'll have the people that buy the rank 7s. There's a market out there for everything. Right, 500 to go. Getting there, slowly but surely. We're selling stuff in the background as well. I should take a look, see what we're selling actually. I'm nearly out of coffee though. I'm nearly out of coffee. Is there a possibility to copy a seller's name from the auction house? Not easily, no. This is why people end up putting lots of foreign characters in their names. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. Bots will often make their name very difficult to type out. For that very reason. Because it then becomes much harder to report them if you can't type out their name. Or even whisper them to tell them they're a dick. They're not strictly foreign characters because it depends on if it's your language or not. But you get my point, right? Why are Russian servers always so cheap? Not entirely sure. But I have a theory. I have a theory to why Russian servers are usually very cheap. And they're often... It's a theory that is maybe a little bit stereotypical. So, Russia, please don't shoot me on this one. But it's often because I sense there's a lot more RMT that goes on Russian servers. Mainly because you can make a reasonable wage... for a Russian, you can often make a reasonable wage by playing World of Warcraft and selling gold. So, yeah. And because Russia's Russia. I apologise if there was too many stereotypes in those sentences, but I think it's partly true. Right, I think this is the last of the cancels. Then we're on expireds. Right, let's grab everything that's expired and leave our gold in the box. If we leave the gold in there, then we can see a total of how much we get. Farmed it so it's free by Russians? I don't know. I don't know. Did find out that if you can click on a toon in WoW and right click, there's an option to copy the character name. Not sure if it's an LUI thing or some other add-on, but you can definitely do it. That's all good and well as long as you can find them. You may not even be able to find the character due to sharding, and you know, yeah, that equally is, you know, half the problem, that sometimes you just can't even find the people in the first place. Or they're just sat in the garrison. Well, that's another option, yeah. If they're sat in the garrison, you've got no chance. Because, yeah, they're sat in an instance, personalised instance version. Still selling the WOD auction house parts for people without long boys? Yeah. Yeah. I should probably do the same, to be honest, but I'm quite content in my little... in the Vale for my Alliance characters. I'll fight against some world PvP over in Booty Bay on my Horde characters. It doesn't happen often enough for it to bother me that much. Bots don't have time to set up garrisons. No, you're right, they probably don't, but... Right, there's another bag load of stuff. We're chipping through it slowly. We're about to get to the good stuff, I feel. We're about to get to the good stuff. I can feel it in my bones. If I'm going to make a guess, I think I sold... I don't know. I don't think yesterday was an amazing day of sales. I think I got a lot of competition on the auction house yesterday. I'm going to say I made 500k yesterday. I'm going to say $500,000. That's my guess.
My inventory is full.
I don't think we made the big bucks yesterday. I really want to know who this is. There's a character that there's a guy somewhere. I really want to find out who they are. But they have the name "Come On Buy Me" on tens of different servers. This dude is all over the place, and they seem to do a very similar thing on all of the realms, which is just buy and flip materials. Never in huge quantities, but always at outrageous prices. I want to find out who this is. I know that they're going to be in the community somewhere. Because I want to talk with them about what it is they do and how they do it and why they do it and if it works and if it's successful. I want to try and start hunting down these people that do weird and wonderful things and do sort of like case studies on them as such. There was a really good post on the WoW Economy subreddit yesterday, I want to say. Was it yesterday, day before? I don't know. Sometime over the weekend. Of a guy that is now selling or is actively flipping on virtually every single auction on every single realm, both EU and US. And they were talking about the Korthia shoulder transmog items, the cosmetics. They basically now have about 60% of the global quantity of those, because they're super duper mega rare in some cases, and people haven't really noticed. And that's an example of somebody that's, you know, thinking a little bit out the box. They're doing something a little bit different to everybody else, and they're probably going to make filthy amounts of gold because of it. Come On Buy Me always posts the same stack size at multiple prices. Yeah, I know, yeah. Like, they've obviously got a very, very customized TSM profile to do what it is that they're doing, and they're doing it across many, 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 many realms, and they wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't working. Which interests me. And I want to know just how long it takes them to do what it is they're doing, and just how much of a, you know, how profitable it ultimately is. I'm always interested to find these, you know, these out-of-the-box methods that people use to make gold. Because I'm going to be honest, most of what I do is very, you know, default, very, you know, it's the first thing most people, oh, craft things and sell things. It's you know, it's super straightforward stuff. It's not difficult, it's not overly complicated, it's not new, it's not, you know, it's the default, right? I like to find those people that are doing weird and wacky things. More importantly, I like to find the people that are doing weird and wacky things and having great success by doing it. That's often the trick with gold making, is finding the thing that other people aren't doing. Because when you have a market to yourself, it's nearly impossible to, you know, not make a lot of gold. Like the guy who was gambling on the bauble worm market, buying out all the grey items. Yeah, that was a really good example. Buying all of the grey items that people didn't really realise were worth anything. Or didn't really quite understand how much those things were going to be worth, and then made an absolute killing off them. Yeah. Right, we can't have many more mailboxes worth of stuff to post at this point. We seem to be getting into random things, which is all just the cannon fodder of random crafted stuff that I happen to have on this realm. Whatever happened to the plan of making coffee beans do something fun or useful other than play an ad? Because we can spam that all day. I'm going to be honest, I don't really have much uses for the coffee beans. Mainly because I've never been able to decide on something that I actually think is worthwhile using them for. It's a real weird system in the first place. Most streamers end up just doing boring generic things, which is the problem. I kind of had the pet deletion one for a little bit, but I equally realised that there's a big problem with that everybody gets these channel points for free. I either have to put the price of the pet deletion so high that that can only be used like by 2 or 3 people, and which in that case it's not actually interactive for most of the people, or I have to price it at a point where people can use it, but then I end up with no pets left. So it's been put on long-term hiatus. Yeah, I'm not. The thing is, I'm going to be honest with you guys that my stream is more. I try to keep my stream real casual. This is hence why you'll see I've taken away all of the you know, follower numbers and donation goals and all of that sort of stuff. I've cleaned off all of that because I don't really want that to be the focus of a stream. I'm quite lucky that I get a reasonable amount of viewers. I'm also fortunate enough that I don't have so many viewers that the chat's unmanageable. Because there definitely gets a point where you just can't, you stop being able to interact with chat effectively. I'm currently sat at 107,000 coffee beans. Yeah, see, this is the problem. I don't actually have any way of finding out how many coffee beans people have. I don't know just how many channel points some people have. And I'm quite sure that some of the regulars and some of the subs have got hundreds of thousands of coffee beans, yeah. Spending 500 like a boss. Yeah. I should probably do something. I don't really know. All the sound alert things as well. I don't really think that they're that engaging for people. I don't know if it's just the boomer in me that doesn't get it, but making a fart noise on the stream, I don't think is really interesting for people, is it? I mean, within 10 minutes I can set it up so that you can spend 50,000 beans and make a fart noise. That's not the problem, but I don't want to do it unless it's, you know, actually beneficial or fun.
I cannot carry more.
Oh my days! Okay, my guesstimation on gold was way off. My guesstimation had I guessed 500,000 gold, and then we doubled it. Well, that's cool. I'll take that. Now that we sold 1 million gold, that means we can quite comfortably spend 2, right? We can quite comfortably spend 2. Make 1 million, spend 2 million. That's how it goes. I quite liked your little Twitch game before. Yeah, I need to find more things like that. We might just do a game of marbles at the end of the stream or something, and then people can join in, and maybe they can... I know marbles has the ability to... you can use channel points to give yourself a boost in the marbles game, or to block other... you can do some fun stuff with that. There's got to be some games out there that we can do something with. Everybody loves marbles as well. It's unnecessarily competitive for something that's so simple. I know a lot of streamers use it, but I think it's also quite fun. And I think a lot of streamers use that one for a reason. The little bomb game was also quite fun. I wanted that to be something that, you know, people just messed about with at the, you know, during the starting soon bit. But I like to keep the starting soon section quite short anyway. I'm not a big fan of the whole starting soon thing anyway. I don't even know what marbles is. Marbles is basically a little bit of an interactive game where everybody becomes a marble and they race down a racetrack, and obviously the marble that crosses the finish line first wins. But there's lots of integrations with Twitch for it, so that all of the Twitch viewers can join a single interactive game. I might, we might do something like that. Then we can just do a game or two of marbles at the end of the stream. It's a nice close to the stream, I suppose. Then I had a game called Marble Run as a kid. Yeah, I think most kids had something like that. Many of us, I think, in here are of the generation where we, you know, still actually played with, you know, toys that are probably banned nowadays. I bet you can't even sell marbles to kids nowadays, can you? Because they're probably a choking hazard or something stupid. I don't know. I had marbles as a kid. I didn't choke on them and die. If I did, it's natural selection, right? Surely. Sorry, you're a dumb kid. Game over. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't know, but... There's too many dumb people on this planet. We don't need any more of them. 41 gold is what I've been buying this for. If we're going to put it back on the auction house just for storage, let's throw it back in at 6. Look, come on, buy me. Same stack sizes. And his stack size number changes. I want to know how and why he's doing this. And whether it's based on total inventory number or where this stack size number comes from. Because it changes, but it's always the same. Take off any warning labels and let it sort itself out. Yeah, exactly. just go. Just go with the flow. Alright, let's get this lithium ore back out the way. What have we been... Oh! Oh! Lithium's starting to be a bit cheaper. This is because I haven't bought any for a few days. 120 or something like that. Marbles should only be sold to kids over 30. Yeah. Oh, it's almost Swift Spring Strider time again. And I've still got 8 of them that I bought last year. Oops. Alright, whatever. Come on, Buy Me does the exact same thing on my realm. Yeah, he does it everywhere. This is why I want to find out who they are and what they do and why they do it and if it works. And I've seen some streamers use some kind of Scrabble game where viewers compete and guess as many words as they can. That seems kind of fun. Ooh, See, that's what I'd rather do. I'd rather have something a little bit fun and interactive that we can maybe just give people the opportunity to splurge a bunch of their coffee beans in one go, kind of thing, rather than having, you know, silly fart noises or memes pop up on screen or something. Everybody does that, and because everybody does it, it's not unique. It's not even remotely interesting, I don't think. Unless you're a zoomer and just, you know, you see a flashing light and you're like, wow, a flashing light! That was my zoomer impression, by the way. Please don't clip that. Right, let's get the last of these things listed. We're almost done. I'm out of coffee. By the looks of things, I've had too much coffee this morning. I'm telling you now, I definitely haven't. I guess this is what happens when I have a weekend, right? I deliberately, because often at the weekend I will still play lots of video games, and I will still, you know, be making YouTube videos and doing the stuff. This weekend I took the weekend and didn't do any of that business. So maybe I've regenerated my batteries a little bit too much. I was going to say I need to discharge them, but that's also a phrase you shouldn't say on Twitch. I need to expel some energy. You went outside? Well, I go outside a lot nowadays. Well, I've got 2 dogs, so I have to go outside at least twice a day. How did your Friday game go, by the way, Hades? It was fun. It was fun. Okay. A small lie. I did play Hades a little bit on Saturday as well. But yeah, Hades is really fun. But it's one of those. There's a weird. I have a weird feeling about Hades because the more I play it, the more I realise that Torghast is shit. Like 7 levels of shit. Torghast is like the absolute Walmart basics, Asda price, Tesco's value. You know, Sainsbury's. In fact, no, Sainsbury's is posh to begin with. Like Torghast is literally the bargain basement version of a roguelite. It's just a shell compared to what it could be, which is so annoying. This is another reason why I should probably not play too many other video games. Because the more I play other games, the more I realise that the one that we devote our life to is dog doo-doo. What do you mean, Torghast is shit? Torghast is the best content they've released in 17 years? Yeah, I can't believe you said that with a straight face either. It's more than 7 levels of shit, it's 30 plus. Yeah, you're not far wrong. You're not far wrong. Well, we've surpassed 30 million again on this realm, which means I'm now only 10 million short of where we once were. Did we... Oh my days, I sold a lot of Bone Shatter vests yesterday. I restocked yesterday. I must have sold 4 Bone Shatter vests yesterday. Am I the only one selling these things? Bone Shatter. There's only 2 T's in Shatter. Bone Shatter vest. No, I'm not the only one selling these. Everybody's selling these. How is it that I'm selling so many of them? Maybe they are just popular. Hot damn. Whoa. I've sold 175 Bone Shatter vests across all item levels. I didn't realise TSM tracked that in this fashion. It usually doesn't. Why is it just doing it here? Bone Shatter's something I didn't get into. Well, most didn't, because they look at it and they go, oh, it's only hunters and shamans. But then you forget the fact that, well, actually, hunters and shamans take up like 50% of the game. Shamans are absolutely kick-ass in Mythic Plus right now. Resto shamans are popping off everywhere, and everybody has a hunter. Funniest thing I've heard in ages, we should not play other games, makes us realise how shit WoW is. Yeah, it's funny because it's true. Did I miss the WoW Weekly Economy Report? No, you're just in time. You're just in time. We are navigating that way soon. Can I see those numbers easily for other things? How many pairs of Bone Shatter Arm Guards have I sold then? My data only... Oh, I don't know how far my data goes back, but it's not the entirety of Shadowlands. I really regret, really regret deleting my TSM data a couple of months into Shadowlands. That was such a dumb move. 119 pairs of Bone Shatter Arm Guards. 123 sets of Bone Shatter Gauntlets. 148 pairs of Bone Shatter Greaves. 120 sets of Bone Shatter Helms. Pauldrons is probably the big one, right? No! Wow, that's surprising. Only 108 pairs of Bone Shatter Shoulders. These were BIS for hunters for a long time. Bone Shatter Treads, I've sold 148. Honestly, it's probably because the meta pieces like the shoulders, 175 Bone Shatter Vests, holy smoke. Meta pieces like the Bone Shatter Shoulders were probably so competitive, I wasn't getting, like, I was probably making more sales on off-meta pieces just because there was less competition. Waist guards. Only 90 waist guards ever. These have just been trash. These have always just been trash. Although, whoa! Whoa! When did that happen? I sold a Bone Shatter waist guard for 427,000 gold at some point. What? What? When did that happen? Ledger, revenue, sales, bone. Oh, come on, game. Stop being slow. No, Bone Shatter. Oh, the lag. Bone Shatter waist. Can we go? We presumably are going to need to go all time. Oh god, my poor game. Per item. Whoa! 6 months ago, I sold a Bone Shatter waist guard for 427,000 gold. I genuinely didn't know that ever happened. To Bayblass. A stupid name. Oh my god. 40 days ago, the character name Omicron. Sure. Umberhide Treads is my highest seller. Yeah, I didn't look at Umberhide, but wow, that takes the biscuit. That actually, to my knowledge at least, that's the most expensive legendary I've ever sold. That must have been 184 days ago. That must have been like literally the very first rank 6 that I ever crafted. That must have been a day 1 rank 6 sale. It must have been, because Korthia came out about 6 months ago. Shadowgast Ring at 475. I sold a rank 4 Shadowgast Ring in the first week of Shadowlands for 400k. I probably don't have the data for that one though now. If I search for Shadowgast Ring. Yeah. I mean, I've sold a lot of rings for 100k plus, look. These were all early days rank 6 rings. My data's scuffed because I swapped realms. There's a lot missing. Yeah. I'm intrigued now. Whoa. Oh my god, I was taking the piss with some of my prices. 365,000 gold. 180 days ago. These are all first week rank 6 sales. Shadowghast Wasteguard was popping off. 200k, 200k, lots at 213. 365 for a Shadowghast Wasteguard. First week of Korthia. First week of 9.1. Damn. Okay, I'm intrigued now. Grim Veiled. No! 474,000 gold for Grimvale Mittens. No. Did I really? Oh, I feel sick now. Oh dear. That's when Korthite was 3,000 apiece. That's one horny Frost Mage. Damn. What realm's this? This is Sylvanas. This is my home realm. Oh my days. That's outrageous. Even at Korthite crystals being 3k a piece, that's only 120k for the Vestige. That means I made 300k on top of that. Just poof. Money in the bank. And you were saying 2 tokens is just a bit too expensive, but 1 token was a fair price. Yeah. Yeah. See? People need to trust me sometimes. You find the right horny mage, as it was so delicately put by Kojak a minute ago. Umbra Hide. Umbra Hide, the most outrageous sale on Umbra Hide. Umbra Hide legs at 332. Sylvanas is it's medium to high pop. If you actually, the Blizzard launcher claims it's high pop, but if you look at places like Raider.io or something, it usually considers it medium. Miss Banks bought one of your Legos. Did she really? Oh, she did. She did. 168 days ago. There's a good chance she bought it. It wasn't uncommon for us to buy each other's legendaries to reset markets, because there was a good period in time where we were the only 2 people listing certain things, and it was not out of the. I had probably bought a lot of her legendaries as well. It was not outside the realm of possibility for us to buy each other's just to get a reset if one or the other of us wasn't online. It's an old server though. Yeah, I mean, even Method played on this realm back in the day. Before they moved over to wherever they are now. I think Method being here was the main reason that I started making characters on this realm. Because you follow the big raiding guilds, because that's where the economy is. Obviously, everybody's deserted it now, but yeah, there's obviously some rich people still out there. Arkandun also has some vet players. Oh well, there we go then. Is Method on Twisting Nether now? Makes sense. Did we do Bone Shatter, like, overall? 427 was the most ridiculous. So is that actually, then, that 474 Grim Veiled Mittens was the most outrageous sale of a legendary I've ever made. I just realised I don't need to categorise it. All I sell is legendaries, so you can see the list. 6 months ago, when we were selling, rank 6s at stupid money. Considering now they're like 50, 60k a piece. Up to 100 maybe if you're really lucky. But yeah. Early days of patch 9.1, we were cashing in the big bucks. This is why I'm annoyed that I don't have 9.0 data. I really should never have deleted it. Oh, whoa. Look at my sales. I've now done over 200 mil sales on this realm. I didn't realise that. Alright, well that's enough silly number crunching and, you know, showboating for a while. Let's very quickly just check what it was we were selling earlier. Oh, we sold some bone shattered treads earlier. Okay, nice. Quick scout on the old Corthite crystals. Whoa! Hello! What's going on here? Not today. 200 mil sales all spent on Blizzard balance. Heavy callus is still expensive. Elithium is cheap again. I'm tempted to buy that. In fact, I'm tempted to just go swoop. Can I just swoop? I don't need 13,000 Elithium. I don't need to spend $1 million on Elithium. I might regret that decision come Shadowghast ingots at 75. See, it's a 25 gold premium. How many do I have? I've still got enough. They need desolate leather at less than 40 gold is nearly impossible to turn down. Heavy desolate leather, sorry. Yoink. Anything else? Lightless silk at 30 still. Can my realm, can whoever's selling 20,000 lightless silk hurry up and get bored trying to sell it at this price and post it at 25? Post it at 25 and I'll buy all of it. Whoever's selling this, if you're listening, post it at 25 and I'll buy all of it. Because right now, that's just too expensive. Sinvir ores also too expensive. Luckily, I've got a fair amount. Where's Phaedrum on my list? Here's Phaedrum. Phaedrum's not a bad price right now. Corthite were above 1k all day. Were they really? I'm glad I bought mine last week. Phaedrum ore at 18 is not a bad price. How much of it do I already have? 17,000. Do I want more Phaedrum ore? The only reason I ever use Phaedrum ore though is to prospect it. How many essences am I looking to get from 17,000 Phaedrum ore? Oh, I've got to be really careful. Hang on, please hold. I've just realised that I have my my accounting spreadsheet open. I need you guys to not accidentally see my accounts. Let's minimise that one over there. Now we can open this one, which has got the spreadsheet. If we go prospecting. We take Phaedrum. If we take where's Phaedrum on this list? If we take 17,000 Phaedrum, we are getting, let's just say for sake of maths, 1,200 rebirth. Okay. 1,200 divide that by 40. That's still only 30 rank 6 rings. Okay. If you want some silly numbers, I've flipped 21,000 shrouded cloth robes and 58,000 composite bows during working from home in the pandemic. Yeah, that's pretty mad. That's pretty mad. Soul dust is getting to be a bit of a problem. Soul dust is annoying. Like, soul dust, I know soul dust should literally cost nothing. It should literally cost nothing. You got eternal crystals at 40. 43 gold for eternal crystals. Although there's not many of them, to be fair. But, like, people should just... You can be banging out soul dust at 5-6 gold a piece easily. Because of cheap materials. It's just nobody's doing the shuffle. 4 gold a soul dust. Yeah, exactly. I know it should be. It should not be 12 gold a piece. My crafting cost is currently 2 gold 75 for soul because of sacred shard shattering. Probably based on yeah. Disenchanting shards is the play. Yeah, it usually is. It's just it requires somebody to go out and do it. That's the thing. And on this size of realm, you will often go periods of time where people just aren't doing that sort of stuff. Right. I don't think we need to buy any materials today. Which, if we don't buy any materials, what that actually does is, you know, oh god. Oh god, none of my graphs look pretty. None of my graphs are presentable in any way. Oh, we'll go with that one. We'll go with that one because it shows a profit down the bottom here. We are going up slightly, sure. Quick, switch it back to a year. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, quick, show the profit numbers again. Don't show the losses you've made. Right, I think it's time to do the Wowhead blog. Let's take a little bit of a looky. Where's my... Let's get it loaded up. Where's it gone? Hello? Where's it gone? Oh, we're on PTR mode. That's why I can't find it. Boom, here we go. Right, let's give you guys a link. I might, before I start this, due to the fact that I usually end up doing a lot of talking, I'm going to go grab myself a drink real quickly. Wet the whistle, as they say. And then we'll have a little bit of a peruse through this and see if there's anything fun to talk about within it. Occupy yourselves for 2 minutes. I don't know, hit that follow button, hit that sub button, go become a Patreon, jump in the Discord, do whatever you need to do. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alrighty. Oh, everybody's reminding me to play an ad.
Hello there.
Yeah, I forget to press that button. I apologise. Seduce, how we doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Maybe if I press the ad button more frequently, I'd incentivise you guys to hit that sub button, but feels a bit cheaty. Right then, let's take a look at the Wowhead Weekly Economy Wrap-Up. We're up to... what is this? Number 209. Big numbers. Big numbers. First and foremost, like we always do, we give a shout out to Samadan. He's the one that takes the time and the effort to put this little report together. It goes up on Wowhead, usually on a Sunday evening. Occasionally, I mean, he's a busy man nowadays. Occasionally he'll stream and go through it himself. If not, I like to take a little bit of an overview of it on a Monday when we get back to streaming. It's not cheaty, it's your livelihood, so it's only fair. Yeah, I suppose. Let's see what we got to talk about today then. Some preparation for patch 9.2. Whether it be sooner or later, either way we can start preparing. And some TBC gold making strategies. Not too many things in the table of contents this week. And of course some further reading if you want to dive in a little bit further. So let's take a look. The 9.2 PTR development is in full swing, and much of the core concepts and content has been in place already, with some basic materials and professions already discussed. The Mage Tower event is now over, and many gold makers are wondering what to do between now and 9.2. I was curious, what is the best thing to farm and or do to prepare to sell things in the beginning of patch 9.2? This is going to be a lull period for many when it comes to WoW in general, and has an impact on gold making as well. It's now the perfect time to tie up those loose ends, collect some missing items, and see what you can buy in preparation for the next spike. Yeah, I would suggest most people be in full preparation mode at this point. We are starting to get some more answers. Interestingly, Samadan's highlighted my response to this. This was actually originally posted on the subreddit, the WoW Economy subreddit. I chimed in with my 2 cents, sort of pointing out that there's still a lot of questions that we have about the new patch. This was originally this was a discussion on the subreddit from earlier last week. Now we have had a PTR patch update since this. So when I initially said we don't know how we learn all the new recipes or patterns, some of them we now do know. The Vestige of Origins is an honoured reputation with the Enlightened, the new faction in Zereth Mortis. There is, at Honoured, you also get access to Crafter's Mark 4, which is your item level 230, craft it, equip an entire set sort of gear. Then at Revered, you get the new Crafter's Mark, what was it? Crafter's Mark of the Eternal, the new unique equipped. So we do start to have a few more answers to that. I've not put that information out there publicly in video format yet, but it is on the PTR. We have kind of worked it out now. What we obviously don't know though still is when will we have access to them. We don't know just how long the rep grind for the Enlightened is going to be. Now in patch 9.1 in Korthia, we only ever needed to get to Honoured. And we could get to Honoured relatively quickly. But if you want to go all the way and get Revered with the new faction, it might take another week or 2 on top of that. What this is going to mean is we'll see Crafter's Mark 4 gear hit the market 1 week, and probably not until the very earliest later that same week or even the week after will we get the unique equipped higher item level variations appearing, in the opposite fashion to what we saw in Korthia. In Korthia, people worked out how to very, very quickly grind the Archivist rep. And it was weird that we had the Archivist gear, the tier 4 Archivists was unlocked quicker than Honoured with Death's Advance, which was obviously not something that I think Blizzard had intended, but so then now they've structured it so we will get, we'll get the basic catch-up gear, the basic catch-up crafting gear, and then we'll get the unique equipped higher item level version after. But with so little information about profession gold making economy, I'm recommending people do whatever they're doing that is currently working, and then take a look at the last 2 major patches for ideas. So I was just trying to point out with this that, yeah, sure, get on board with the new Crafter's Mark gear as soon as possible. Get grinding that rep on your crafters as soon as Zereth Mortis goes live, as soon as 9.2 goes live. Early bird catches the worm. Those that get those patterns quickly, they get to craft those items first. They get to set the price for those items. We've seen this historically, that those that get the patterns first make an absolute boatload, because it becomes, everybody would like to have a new set of 230 gear. It means that they don't have to worry about catch up, actually leveling those alts. They can get straight into it, up and running. People pay the big bucks for those sorts of conveniences. Equally, the new rank 7 legendary will be the same. As it looks so far, rank 7 will be craftable as soon as people get honoured with the Enlightened, the new faction. There doesn't seem, at this point at least, to be any other gatekeeping mechanic on the crafting of the new legendaries. But we still don't have all of the answers. We don't know, this is just for the purpose of crafting the rank 7 base items. We still don't know what it's going to take that base item to the rune carver. What's the rune carver going to ask for to turn it into, to actually upgrade your legendary? That we still don't know. But I would guess base items, rank 7 base items will start to be produced after the first reset. I don't think people are going to be able to get honoured in the first week. I would imagine that Blizzard will probably gate it so that people can't get honoured in the first week, but I shit you not, as soon as people do, expect to see those rank 7 base items appearing on the auction house for silly money. They will be silly money, trust me. Look at patch 9, look at what happened with rank 6s. Look how stupid expensive rank 6s were to begin with. We were doing it just minutes ago on stream. People were spending upwards of 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 gold on their rank 6 legendaries. Not many people, but people. It doesn't take many people to buy stupidly expensive legendaries for you to make a lot of gold. So get in there quick, get in there early. The new materials are going to be pretty popular because of these two. Any of the new materials that come from Zereth Mortis are going to be... I've spelt stabilised wrong, haven't I? Any of the new materials are going to be super valuable once again for the same reason. That as soon as people get these recipes, they're going to want to buy these new materials in crazy quantities. One thing we might see, which is always fun, is we might see a huge surge of these new materials in the first few days, before many people have any need for them, because there's the new materials in the new zone, at least the way that it stands right now, primarily go into the new Crafter's Mark gear and the new legendaries. Until people have these, people don't need the new materials. Yet everybody will be super duper mega actively farming Zereth Mortis to unlock these. So there'll be a big supply and zero demand. This means that there's a possibility in the first week of Zereth Mortis to pick up a lot of these new materials for what will possibly, it's all based on supply and demand, but probably be ending up quite cheap, because everybody will try and sell them. There'll be huge amounts of supply of them in the first week, and probably not that many people buying them. People who are ahead of the game will be buying them, they'll be stockpiling them, but they won't be buying them and consuming them. They'll be buying them and just holding on to them because they know that they'll have something to do with them. That scenario usually means that the materials could end up being quite cheap the first week, and then soon as people can start crafting and start actually using those materials, that stockpile dries up, and the price spikes until it sort of finds its balancing point at some point. We'll have to see. This is obviously based on what we know now. We're still, in my opinion, we're still very early in the development of patch 9.2. I still think, or at least I definitely hope, I really hope that we are still going to see more profession items. I would love to see new flasks. I would love to see epic gems. I feel that the new ore really should prospect into something new. Probably not new essences, but I wouldn't complain if we saw epic gems. We should definitely see a new, maybe a new enchant or two. It doesn't need to be huge amounts. A new weapon enchant or two. Something a bit bigger. Something that uses these new materials more so than just these markets. If we see all of that, scrap everything I've just said. It might be completely different, but yeah. And of course, there will be the new raid. The new raid will come out in patch 9.2, which will drive the demand for the consumables, giving you guys lots and lots of opportunities to get some crafting. Maybe even crafting, in this downtime until the patch. If we don't see a new splurge of potions, if we don't see greater flasks, if we don't see anything like that, the current stuff that's probably pretty cheap right now is still going to see a huge demand for it come the new patch. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But this is basically all I think that you can do to prepare for 9.2 right now. You don't really... anything else you're kind of guessing on. New enchant for speed. For your full speed set. Well, that's the optional reagents. That's those for reference. The new optional reagents, there's 8 of them. We now know where they come from. They drop from rares out in Zereth Mortis. So your crafters are going to want to get out into Zereth Mortis, and they're going to want to kill those rares to get the optional reagents. Let's see if I can remember this. Jewel crafters have 2. Enchanters have 2. Engineers have 2. And I think it's alchemists have the other 2. I think there's 4... there's 4 professions that have 2 each of these new optional reagents. All do something different for your crafted gear. So yeah, any of those professions, you're going to want to get them into Zereth Mortis quickly. Learn that new thing to be able to start crafting. Either, what we've also worked out is they're retroactive. So these, say for example, you get the new speed enchant, which I think engineers make the new speed enchant. Make the new speed optional reagent. It's not an enchant because you have to apply it to the gear when you craft the gear, rather than adding it onto after the fact. Those optional reagents can also be used in conjunction with lower crafters marks. So we could start to see item level 87 speed sets, which could be quite funny. People, dinging 50, equipping a full speed set leveling gear, and just zerging, even more so than they already do. Item level 87, level 50, like speed druids for like herbalism and mining, for example, because it affects your flight speed as well, although they've disabled flying on the PTR, so we can't test that yet. There's lots of interesting stuff. Once we get closer to the release time, I will start, publicly making curated videos for all of these little topics, but I've took an active decision this time to not report on something so publicly in a video until we know most of the answers, because otherwise you just feel as if you're spreading, misinformation. It's only information that's really valid until you actually know the answer, which just felt a bit wrong. But anyway, the last thing you can do outside of all of that is just get your characters in check, right? Get your alts up to speed. I, for one, am getting to Renown 80, and I'm also getting the 9.1 campaign complete. These were 2 things that were gatekeeping mechanics for progressing further in patch 9.1, so it wouldn't surprise me if they repeat the same for patch 9.2. Viable speed sets equals a clear win, just needs promoting of it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I already did a little video on the new optional reagents, but I will revisit the topic, maybe pointing out the fact that, you know, these can also be used on lower item level bits of gear. The big one is going to be item level 87. Now I know people have heirlooms, which kind of killed the 87 market. But if you can get 87 gear with, you know, speed boosts on it, with some serious perks, these optional reagents are quite funky. Some do, you know, extra damage, some have healing effects. The speed set is easily the most powerful one. Best slogan to sell speed sets: get your alts up to speed. Hey, badumch. Yeah. Feel the need for speed. I knew that was coming. Well, yeah. So all that said, from a gold making perspective, there's not a huge amount of stuff that we can really do for patch 9.2 at this point. Samadan continues by saying, I think these predictions are pretty spot on for 9.2 and the major aspects of goal making with professions. I'd also add that any of the niche utility optional reagent recipes will be good to go for, especially if they have out of the way unlocks that others might avoid. So, to my knowledge, like I said on this, these optional reagents, they drop from the rares in the new zone. So if you're out killing now we don't know if we can access all of the rares straight away, because we still don't have the ability to fully explore Zereth Mortis. This is why I think that the PTR is still pretty early days. I think Blizzard took Christmas off, haven't probably done a bunch of stuff. They gave us the PTR as early as they could to shut us up because of all of the bad press going on. They gave us the PTR. Korthia felt like just a graveyard. It felt empty when they first gave us Korthia. Zereth Mortis also felt pretty empty, in my opinion anyway. I think they gave us Zereth Mortis just to kind of give us a PTR and give us something to tie us over with. I think now is when the actual development starts with it. Sure, they've done some raid testing and whatever, but I still think it's a good few weeks away before it launches. But yeah, these optional reagents, they drop from the rares as far as I can tell so far. We don't know yet, and being prepared by having everything unlocked on crafting alts will be time well spent, I think. Yeah, just little things. Little things such as, we'll focus on this a little bit more when we do our Project Draenor in a little bit. But one thing I'm doing on Project Draenor is quite simple. You know, those little, those 1 or 2 patterns that are locked behind reputation. The Shadow Lace Cape, for example. Your tailor needs to be honoured with somebody to learn that one pattern. So I'm doing little things like that. Those little rep grinds that aren't really grinds per se. You just need to bang out a couple of callings to get them done. But they're things that you could be spending your time on now. Just tick all of the boxes. Heavy armor kit's another good one. That's a good suggestion. Yeah, the heavy armor kit you need honoured with somebody. I can't remember who. Either way, you need to be honoured with somebody to go and get that as a leather worker. Being a good money maker for people for sure. There's a bunch of them. Most professions will have something that's locked behind a reputation. Now's the time to do it. Just get it done, get it out of the way. There's not a huge amount of other stuff to be doing right now. But importantly, it is probably something that you're not going to want to be doing when there is a whole bunch of new content. So use the downtime effectively and get yourself prepared. There's also some prep to be made in stockpiling materials ready to craft the legendaries or other items that may need the current content materials as well as the new ones. Typically, prices are at their lowest now, but I have a feeling they will stay relatively in demand as people are farming less, and those that want to stockpile will snap up any of the bargains. Yes, this is true. Regarding stockpiling, we've started to see things like Desolate Leather hitting their floor prices again. Arguably, Shrouded Cloth is almost always at its floor price. If you pay any more than 1 gold 50 for your Shrouded Cloth, you don't need to most of the time. The floor price for reference on Desolate Leather isn't an exact number, but I generally consider anything under 3 gold and 50 a piece for Desolate Leather to be a pretty good price, assuming you can get your Pallid Bones relatively cheap as well, which you usually can because the Pallid Bones don't really go into anything. Just holding some of these materials is sensible. I'm not a big fan of stockpiling. For reference, people always ask me, well, what should I stockpile? How much of it do I need? I'm not a big fan of stockpiling because for the most part it's all speculation. Your guess is as good as my guess. I might have a little bit more, maybe I've got a little bit more experience backing up my guess, but it's still a guess. This is why I don't really like to speculate too much on stockpiling, and I don't like to stockpile too much myself. And I usually see it from the fact that the best case you're going to do, the best thing you'll do is double your money, which is actually quite a risk to take. It's almost like playing blackjack, stockpiling materials, which is why I tend not to do it too much. One thing though that is a contentious thing is the Korthite crystal. I would say materials for legendary crafting are a good ones to stock up on, including Korthite crystals, and this is surprising people. We touched on this earlier on in the stream today, that some people seem to be ignoring the fact that Korthite crystals will still be needed in the next patch. You will still need Korthite crystals, I shit you not, because you're still going to want to be crafting rank 6s. You will still be selling rank 6s, for the simple reason that not everybody will be able to afford a new rank 7. The new rank 7s are going to be expensive. Why? Because goblins want them to be expensive, and because they're new. There's a very strong likelihood that the rank 7s will be outrageously expensive again, meaning that many people will craft a new rank 6 in the meantime, meaning you'll need 40 Korthite crystals to rank that thing with. When nobody is playing Korthia, where do you think those Korthite crystals are going to come from? The likelihood is that Korthite crystals will go up in price, because the demand will still be there for them, but there'll be nobody supplying them, because everybody will be spending their time in Zereth Mortis. I, for one, am suggesting people do not stock up heavily, because I understand they're an expensive item. But if you are crafting rank 5 and rank 6 legendaries now, you don't want to run out of these. You want to make sure that you've got a steady supply of Korthite crystals going into the next patch, because you will still need them. And I almost guarantee, I don't do this very often because I don't like to speculate on price, but I will almost guarantee that the price of Korthite crystals will go up once 9.2 launches. Another thing that's been focused on is the Shadowlands Ore and Herbs in general. The generic herb, what's it called? Death Blossom and Leystrite Ore can be found in the new zone, but the zone specific stuff won't be. And for the same logic again, that people will be spending their time in the new zone, less so in the old zones, meaning the supply will be very much dependent on your farmers and your bots and your multi-boxers to supply those old materials, and they're still needed in the current stuff and the new stuff. So yeah, materials in general. Zone specific stuff I think is most likely to see a spike in price, assuming that there's big demand for it in 9.2, which I think there will be. If you still want to get into the legendary market in 9.2, this is the time to get started, although it is a huge investment and you will lose a lot of gold. This I cannot emphasize more. If you want to get into legendaries now is the time to do it, because materials are reasonably priced. They're not great. The material prices are still, it's not great. It's still not cheap to do it. You are going to lose a lot of gold, but it's one of those risks, right? Risk 2 million gold today to get into legendaries, to give yourself the opportunity to maybe make 20 million gold in patch 9.2. That's the risk that you're taking. You could 10x your gold. If you take 2 million gold and put it in the bin today, there's a good chance that you'll make 10 times that value back in 9.2, because you'll be able to craft this new stuff when it's new, which is super important. Leveling alts now is a good idea if you want to use multiple professions and catch them up on the campaign. Not exactly sure how this is going to work, but you had to go to Korthia to do a couple of the quests. Gearing them up a little is not a bad idea, although there'll probably be some easy ways for catch-up gear. Yeah, true. My recommendation is get your crafting alts, or anybody that wants to play the new zone. 220, 230, something like that is a good point to make the new zone comfortable. You'll be able to before long buy a set of 230 gear, but if you really want to be ahead of the game, you want to make sure that your characters can get into Zereth Mortis early and they're not lagging behind too much on their gear. But I don't really have any set item level suggestions for the new zone. Between sort of 210, 220, 230, something like that, and you can do Zereth Mortis quite comfortably. My goal in 9.2 is to get from 30 mil to 100. Is a small dream. Need to aim for 300 mil. Well, yeah, just go big. Go big. It's possible. I put a little video out earlier last week talking about just how much it costs to get into legendary crafting. I want to emphasize that I think I do a reasonable job of clarifying in the video, but just to reiterate, if you watch this, that the 2 million gold that I talk about in this video is how much it's going to cost you to get into the legendary market. That doesn't mean it's only going to cost you 2 million gold. You won't spend 2 million and then start making profit instantly. 2 million is basically the barrier to entry. If you want to get into legendaries with all of the professions, your tailors, your blacksmiths, your leatherworkers and your jewel crafters, 2 million gold, you have to take it and you have to put it in the bin. At that point, that's rank 1 hell over, basically. That's 15 of every rank 1, and it will then mean that you can either be crafting rank 2s or rank 4s, and you can be chipping away at the rest of the experience. Yeah, 2 million is literally the very least. It's the minimum. It's the buy-in price to the market. You will still probably have to spend another 2-3 million gold on top of that before you start able to craft the ranks, the ranks 6s, which is ultimately where the money's at. But the emphasis with this video is that before you've spent 2 million on it, you're probably not even started. That's kind of the emphasis that I was trying to get across with this video. Samadan has obviously watched the video, which is nice to see. 2 million gold is a lot, but bear in mind this is just enough to get through rank 1 on everything. The suggestion here is being that jewel crafting focus first and then expand into further as you make some of that gold back. Seems like a pretty sound strategy, dependent on your server and competition. Samadan goes on to say that he himself is in a similar position to make a very occasional sale of a rank 4 jewel crafting item on Shadow Song, which ticks me over closer to the higher ranks. Yeah, this is kind of we'll see in my Project Draenor series that will continue on once we finished here, that jewel crafting is what I plan to attack first, because it's only 2 slots. The ring in the neck are proven to be pretty consistent sellers. Sure, you're going to lose money on them just like you will on everything else, but the emphasis here is that you should probably be able to sell them still quite quickly, meaning that you get some gold back for you to then reinvest and push further. So yeah, start with jewel crafting. work your way up with jewel crafting, and then probably, you know, use any gold that you make from jewel crafting to spread out across the rest, maybe. I don't know. It's up to you. It depends on how your server works. We don't exactly know when 9.2 will arrive. Mr. GM has predicted February the 8th, which would be nice as it's only a month away. Some, though, are saying later in March, and it won't be sure until we find out exactly. I think February the 8th is a little early, mainly because it's a major content patch. We usually get 2 weeks notice before a major content patch. Usually. 2 weeks... 2 weeks notice is usually what we get, and that's mainly down to the fact that they finish one arena season, they finish one Mythic Plus season, and then there's, you know, a duration of time before the new one is going to start. Most people work it out based on that. I feel we got 5 days notice when 9.1 was about to hit, something along those lines. Maybe it's slightly less then. I don't remember it being 5 days myself, but it probably could have been. I think February the 8th is still a very, very early guesstimate. I don't think the PTR is that far along for us to have a release on the 8th of February. To get a release on the 8th of February, we'd have to get a release candidate on the PTR within the next couple of weeks. I don't see that happening. I don't think Korthia is anywhere... Sorry, not Korthia. I don't think Zereth Mortis is anywhere near complete. We've still not even had flying unlocked on the PTR in any way, shape or form. That will bring a whole bunch of problems with it. I still don't feel like all of the content is even on Zereth Mortis so far. February the 8th is a bit copium. I'm not... Yeah, I think February the 8th is very early. If I understand Mr. GM's prediction on this, though, this was based on the fact that they do seem to be quite far ahead with the raid testing. They've tested a bunch of the raids. They're even doing LFR testing, or they've done LFR testing, I think, on Friday. Their raid testing is quite far ahead by the looks of things. The problem I see, though, is the rest of the content doesn't seem to be even remotely close. So we'll see. We'll see. If it comes out February the 8th, I'll be a happy man because it's sooner rather than later. I'm desperate for some, you know, new, fresh content in WoW, but we'll see. So that was prep for 9.2. I know we've literally spoke for however long just on the prep for 9.2. Let's take a little bit of a look at the TBC goal making strategies, the next topic of conversation. I will be honest, at this point, TBC is not really my forte. I don't play Classic, but obviously I play WoW and I played it back in the day. So maybe there's a possibility that I can pitch in somewhere, but we'll have a look all the same. Over on the Classic side of things, the goal making continues in a very different path compared to what we are now used to in retail. Here's a list of suggestions for TBC. I wanted to make a post showing some of the favourite TBC goal making methods. Black Temple is coming, and as well as one of the 2 best arena seasons in the expansion. If you want to play TBC at a high level, you'll need a lot of gold for professions, enchants and supplies. Here are some favourite TBC goal making strategies. Okay, moat farming. Farming in general, no surprises there. Moats of Shadow over in Hellfire Peninsula and Void Ridge. It's a hyper spawn, or at least close to it. Easily 300 gold per hour. 300 gold an hour. If this was retail numbers, that'd be ridiculous. The primal shadows that you get are great for the shadow resist gear. Seems to be going up. A lot of profit to be made here. Alternatively, fly around zones like Zanga Marsh and extract a few hundred gold, not a few 100,000, a few hundred gold worth of moats. I get the sense that a lot of people that play TBC play it in a mindset of that is not far off to what they would have done the original time round. Sure, farm stuff, right? It's not rocket science. Farm things. Go out, get something that somebody else wants and sell it to them. Job done. That's farming in a nutshell. I know I bash on farming pretty heavily. The same goes in any variation of the game. Farm until you don't need to farm anymore. Next, dungeon farming and boosting is a great way to make gold as well. Wrath of the Lich King on the horizon. No requirements left for raiding. Lots of people are making alts. Learn a boost like the Slave Pens boost. For some of the more unique boosts like Mana Tomes can be extremely profitable. Not forgetting the pre-60 dungeons like Scarlet Monastery and Stratholme. One of the absolute best times to be a mage or a paladin booster. You can also boost pretty easily with a friend in most TBC dungeons as a duo like Warrior and Shaman. Offer a service, do a boost. Sure. GDKP runs. Raids in which each drop is sold, and the profits are given to the raiders. This is one of the most popular ways to make gold right now. The raids are much more doable now with the recent nerfs, and the majority of the population still doesn't have gear from Lady Vash or Kel'Thuzas. There's an easy 1,000 to 2,000 gold a week to be made doing GDKP runs, especially if you can organise one yourself, tank or top the meters. Sure, get good, right? Is that what we're saying? Yeah, GDKP runs for those that mostly play retail and not classic. I think it stands for Gold Dragon Kill Points or something like that. Basically, they just auction off every drop to the highest bidder. So and then the gold that is generated from selling those items is split amongst everybody in the raid. So you can do one of two things. You can either use them to make some gold because the people bidding for the gear, that gold gets spread out to people, or you can use them as a way to gear up if you already have a lot of gold. Quite a novel way of doing things. There's definitely a lot of questions that get thrown up about, well, where did that gold come from? Some people start bidding like stupid amounts of gold on a single item, and the question then very quickly comes to like, well, how the hell did you get that much gold? Your character looks as if it's barely dinged 70 like a day ago. How did you get that much gold? But we won't go too deep into that. Considering there is no token in Classic. Either way, yeah, sure, GDKP is a good fun. Auction house flipping continues to be an amazing way to make some gold. Vendor shuffles will also generate solid gold per day. Is there many vendor shuffles back in TBC? Buying out the rune cloth and netherweave cloth, turning it into bandages and then vendoring it. Wow, they really are living in the simple ages, aren't they? Plenty of the classic flips also work in TBC as well. Oh, at least there's a spreadsheet then of potential shufflies to be doing. Profession shuffles are absolutely fantastic as well, such as my favourite, the Jagal Pearl to Purified Jagal Pearl flip. Disenchanting flips will always be profitable. There's no such thing as disenchanting flips. It's worth noting that people will be training their enchanting for newer read. This is all very straightforward stuff. As retail players, this is like literally everything that we are. You know, these are just the main gold making tactics that we all know and love. They're just being applied to slightly different items. Suggesting to do dailies as a source of raw gold makes my skin crawl. It's like when people suggest to do callings to make gold. It's like, you shouldn't be doing callings to make gold. You should be doing callings to gain reputation, to buy patterns. The raw gold should be a bonus. You shouldn't be doing it for the raw gold. My thought process on this is still the same. Professions in general. Now we're talking. Yes, professions. I know I'm biased. Leave me alone. If you're able to do any number of convenience-based profession flips, you'll be able to make a lot of gold. See, this actually back in the day, professions were a much stronger way of making gold than they even are today. Why? Because it was super long to level those characters, and the professions were super expensive to level up to max, which meant that if you were maxed in a profession, you could milk that cow for days You could genuinely milk those cows for gold for so long if you actually leveled your professions. Because most people who play Classic and TBC, I don't think they even bother with their professions because they are a grind. And most, you know, they don't care to do that sort of stuff unless they have to. I would still, to this day, assume that professions is where it's at, without question. All of this, you know, farming. This isn't really a gold making method per se. Vendor shuffles is like whatever. Raw gold farming, you know, farming. Sure, we get it, farming. But this is where the money's at. When your callings stack and you can knock out 3 of them in a single zone, they can be very profitable, especially if you have an alt army. That is true. That's true. The other day we had a triple mold Draxis day, I think, where we banged out all 3 callings in about 20 minutes, which was not bad at all. On a gold per minute basis, it's pretty competitive. Some honourable mentions. I don't think we need to go through the honourable. If the honourable mentions are not even as good as these ones, I think we're happy. We're fine with these ones in general. It goes to show just how far apart retail and classic have become, and yet at the core, it's the love of the professions and adding value to players. If I had time, I would certainly be playing both right now. Yeah, it is pretty impressive to see just how different they've become. The gold making meta in retail is a lot more min-maxy now than it was even an expansion or 2 ago, for sure. A lot more min-maxy. Everybody, the barrier to entry has dropped, and so everybody has the ability to do everything in retail to a degree. Sure, you still need to level alts and whatever, but when the fact that you can buy a level 60 boost, it's like you only need 5 characters to have every profession in this game, which for somebody that's played the game for a reasonable amount of time, you know, an expansion or 2, 5 characters is not out of the ordinary. If you're interested in doing some flipping on the auction house in TBC, Nick B is continuing their flipping series on YouTube. I think there's a few episodes of this now. This is episode 1, but I think he's up to about episode 5 or 6 of this. I saw this channel pop up a little while ago. It goes to show there's lots of people that are interested in gold making in Classic because there's no token. This is one thing that I've thought for a long time, that people are less and less interested in making gold in retail because they can just buy it. Whereas in Classic, you don't have that option. Not officially anyway. Sure, you can always buy gold, but you're not meant to. It's against the TOS to buy it for Classic. And even the, you know, those weird transferring gold from retail. Yet, it would not surprise me if with Wrath Classic is going to come with a token for sure. I'd bet my house on it. But anyway, and then of course there's the further reading if you want to dive in a little bit deeper. A lot of these topics spawn over on the WoW Economy subreddit, and there's also the Discord server as well, where questions get thrown up and answers get thrown up all day long. An NFT token, yeah, probably. So there we go. That was episode, what was it, 209, I think? Was it 209? Yeah. Wowhead Economy Weekly Wrap-Up 209. Slightly shorter one this week in terms of topics, but, you know, 9.2 preparation is a key one to focus on at the moment, I think. Do we dare read the comments? The comments always... sometimes they're interesting, sometimes they make me laugh, sometimes they make me want to break things. What do we? There's only 5 of them. Only being 5 of them, they can't be that bad, right? Let's take a little bit of a looky. Retail, too long, didn't read. Basically, there's nothing, and you might as well unsub. Well. What a way to start. What a positive comment to start. Oh Jesus. I would say materials for legendary crafting, including Korthite crystals. Korthite crystals aren't... Oh my god, it's one of these. I told you these people are all over the place. Korthite crystals aren't needed for rank 7. They aren't needed to level up legendaries. They have zero new uses in 9.2. Stocking up on them is not good advice. I would request to see just how many legendaries this person has sold to validate. Oh boy. Okay. All I can say is this person has no idea what they're talking about. Actually no idea what they're talking about. Yes, you don't need them to level up legendaries if you're doing it the expensive and arguably wrong way. Korthite crystals were implemented as a way to level up your legendaries cheaper. The only reason to why they're not cheaper is because Korthite crystals are still so heavily in demand because no fuckers out there farming them. Oh god, they were literally initially designed as the catch-up mechanism. So yeah, you got no clue what you're talking about. Okay, if this is you, I apologise, but you know, in fact, no, I don't even. You don't need to apologise to people like that. If the mileage of LEGO upgrades in 9.2 is defined by a limited resource, you might want to start with the highest base possible. And if that case, you'd still use Korthite crystals to get that ASAP. Thank you. Genius. Genius. Blizzard has failed pretty hard though with that catch-up mechanic. It was a catch-up. It was working. It was working all the way up until 9.1.5. When everybody started, when they made it easier for you to finish Korthia, that's when it switched. Because all of a sudden, everybody finished Korthia. Nobody was farming Korthite crystals. Nobody was selling them, like, you know, the price wasn't being pushed down. It worked very well when the crystals were 100 gold a piece. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. It was working incredibly well. People were able to craft rank 4s for like half the regular price. So yeah, it was working. Just, you know, all until people stopped playing Korthia, and and then it failed on its ass. But hey ho. Aren't they though? The 9.2 rank only increases by 1, and it can be stacked with the Korthites plus 2. So the only way to get a 7 is a 4 plus a 2 plus a 1. No, the new one is a plus 3. It's an increase of 1 to the current vestige, so it's actually an increase of 3. So you take a 4 plus a... Yeah, you don't stack both vestiges. Oh my god. Oh, is this what people think? Oh, maybe that's what people think. Maybe that's what people think. I can understand why people think that. Okay. No, you don't add both vestiges together. Oh, that's an interesting insight to at least what one person thinks. What one person thinks enough to actually, you know, comment it. The vestige adds 3 ranks to the Lego, so there's no need for crystals. That is discussed on the Reddit post, with the quoted person pointing out that rank 6 might be in demand at the beginning of 9.2. What may or may not be the case. I wouldn't pile on crystals, as they're also very expensive at the moment. Oh, you were so close. You were so close. You started off really well. And then you went backwards. Oh well. See, the less people, in some scenarios, the less people know. I mean, these are clearly not people that are selling legendaries anyway, so it doesn't matter, because they're not the people that are trying to. They're not necessarily the people that are going to be looking at the Korthite crystals to buy them anyway. But if they think they're very expensive at the moment, wait until they double in price, because nobody is in Korthia at all ever. double, triple in price because the supply of them dries up completely. I shit you not, people will still do Shaping Fate every week given the chance because Korthite crystals will, you know, that alone will be the reason enough to do it. People will keep doing Shaping Fate just for no other reason than to get Korthite crystals and a box of goodies. Okay, well there wasn't, you know, we only got triggered 3 times out of 5 comments. That's got to be a record, right? Stupid blog post. Okay, we're going to put this to bed now. We're going to put this to bed and we're going to go take a look at Draenor. We're going to continue our project Draenor. And we're going to check our mailbox on Draenor. We're going to maybe do a bit of a restock. And we're going to see if we can craft some legendaries over there. Because if we want to get in a position so that when 9.2 lands, we have a fighting chance, we got to get some stuff done. So let's, I guess we start by just closing this one down. Let's load up. We need 2 accounts. We need the auction account. Checked yesterday's sales. Still selling Mage Tower gear. Good effort. Good effort. You never know. People will probably still be buying it for because they'll think it's cheap and they'll save it for next time or something. Or you'll be selling it to other people that are trying to flip it or something ridiculous. Right, let's load this one up. Let's also get the main account up and running so that we can maybe do some recrafts if needed. People used to buy that gear for twinking before. Well, that's true. A lot of that gear is actually pretty good going for just general time walking gear anyway. Not even the Mage Tower. Because it scales well and it has sockets and, you know. I think Blizzard will hotfix Korthite crystals or make something similar to make the crystals obsolete. Nah, I don't see it. I don't see it. They'd be better off. They'd be better off making it so that the new rank 7s aren't outrageously expensive. The only way, there's only one way, right, that Korthite crystals won't be in big demand. And that's if the new Vestige is super cheap to make. But we already know that it probably won't be. Do I have PG mode in chat? Why do I see one word with lots of stars? I have no idea. You must do. If they make the new Vestige, the Vestige of Eternal, if they make that, like, it would have to be considerably cheaper so that people would make rank 6s by having a rank 3 plus a rank 3 plus the new Vestige. But the new Vestiges and the new materials that go into the new Vestiges will so heavily be in demand by people wanting rank 7s that initially there just won't be enough of them, I don't feel, to for the trickle down effect to work quite as quickly. Right. So for starters, kill the sound effects because somebody's over here doing some disenchanting. Let's check. Whoa, that's a good start. That's a good start. 82,000 gold. That's a good start. Doing time walking dungeons with my time walking gear is great, except when my DPS rips threat from the tank constantly. Yeah, I can imagine that's a thing. Most tanks doing time walking dungeons are probably not expecting somebody to be doing 80% of the DPS themselves. Probably not. I think we've broken 100k overnight for the first time on Draenor. I don't think we've ever looted a mailbox this big on Draenor. 115,000 gold. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now the question is obviously how much of that is actually profit. We have somebody bought a set of Shadowlands stuff with a 230 kicker. These are 230s. We only make like 600-700 gold on an item level 230 piece at the moment. But, you know, every penny counts. Interesting to see a fair few what I would imagine to be 230s, which is nice. People are obviously leveling alts. The big question here is, have we shifted any of our legendaries? Shadowgas necklace, 6k. That was probably a rank 2. That was probably a rank 2 at that. I mean, I would love for that to be a rank 1, but it probably wasn't. I'm quite sure that's going to be the rank 2. I can't see any more. A Shadowgast ring for like 800 gold. It's definitely a rank 1. Definitely a rank 1. Oh well, either way, nearly 120,000 gold. That is going to put us at a record high, I think. I think that's going to be record high price for Draenor. We'll check the TSM graph in a second after we've looted this. I don't think we've ever had more than this. 230,000 gold on our bank character. Let's check the old graph of Rooney. Boom! Look at that spike. We're rich. We're richer than we've ever been on this realm now. See? Progress is being made. Look at these spikes though. We make a bunch of gold, and then we spend a bunch of gold, and then we make a bunch of gold. One day we won't spike all the way down to the floor every time, but that probably means though, if we've sold 100,000 gold worth of stuff, there's a strong likelihood that if we're to do a restock now, there'll be like a good 70,000-80,000 gold worth of stuff to restock probably, if not more. So if we do, in fact, what might be sensible is to check the auction house real quick. I might do, if we do a cancel scan on just the bare necessities, we still got a lot listed here. Let's do a cancel scan on Legos. Nothing to cancel, everything's expired. Cancel scan on 230s. It's one dude. It's one dude. Cancel scan on 230s. Cancel scan on 200s. Only 24. Easy game. Easy game. Now let's get everything relisted. Once we've got everything relisted, we can do a restock and see what the damage is going to be. We should hopefully be able to put, I don't know, I'd say about 100,000 gold into legendaries today. The question becomes is, what do we craft? Because for jewel crafting, we have crafted all our rank 1s we ever need to ever craft. We've unlocked rank 2 for both the neck and the ring. So, actually, what we now have is choice. We can either be crafting rank 2s or we can be crafting rank 4s. We can equally also craft rank 3s, technically, if we want. We craft a rank 1 with a vestige to make a rank 3, but that's very unlikely. Because rank 3 is a bit of a tough cookie to sell anyway. Never mind with the added bonus cost of it, making it with a vestige. It's going to be a similar scenario when we unlock rank 5s. Rank 5 is going to be a risky one. Craft the rank 4 dual crafting. It will pay for the other ones. Well, see, that's my theory. That's my theory, that we can at least for the ring and probably the neck, we can cash in a little bit, or at least not lose too much gold on the ring. If we take a look here, ignore the inventory numbers right now, but we can see that it's only the rank 5 and 6 that is profitable. Not a surprise there by any stretch of the imagination. But we could lose 6,000 gold by crafting a rank 2, or we could probably and not only would we lose 6,000 gold by selling a rank 2, we might struggle to even sell the damn thing. Or we can craft a rank 4, as long as we don't have to pay too much of a premium to craft it with a vestige. We might find it much quicker and easier to sell rank 4s. We'll still be losing money on them, but we'll get whatever we spend. We'll get a good percentage of it back, and we'll get it back quicker. The sooner we can sell something and get that gold back, the sooner we can spend it again. And that's kind of what we want to do. We want to craft things, get as much gold back as we can so that we can craft more things, because our limit currently is capital. Our bottleneck at the moment is gold. So we need to craft it, and we need to get it back as quick as possible. The quicker we can get it back, the sooner we can craft something else with it, and slowly work our way forward. I have also crafted at least one of every Shadowghast piece, of which some of them we've sold already. I should really do the same for the other professions. I should probably just craft one of everything. I need to decide when I do that. But even crafting one of every one of these will probably break my bank. So we have to be careful when we do that. But at the moment, it's jewel crafting and blacksmithing that we've at least attempted with so far. Let's get the rest of this stuff posted. Hopefully while we're doing this in the background, TSM is syncing all of the information with our crafting character. Did we log it on? We did. Good. I really wish there was a way to mass disenchant. Yeah, you and me both. It's the reason I don't do it. Because I can't do it quick enough. Right. So let's before we actually do the restock, let's check with TSM that it's synced. No, it still says updating inventory. It still says updating purchase and sale info. Let's do a reload on both, because it should have done it by now. Makes me think that it's got stuck somewhere. If you use two accounts, it's important to check that synchronization status, because if you do a restock before it's finished synchronizing, one account has a different inventory level to the other account, and it can often lead to you accidentally recrafting things that you don't need to. So it's kind of important to check the status. I've requested that TSM put another little traffic light button up here for synchronization status. We have one for the desktop app status. If this is green, you know your prices are as up to date as they can be. I would like a second little traffic light button for the account sync status, so that you don't have to go into settings and scroll all the way down and then hover over this just to get this little tooltip that most people don't even know exists. See, now it says up to date on the inventory in gold graph. Now it's up to date on the inventory. We can safely do a restock and the numbers should be accurate. The sales, the purchase and sale info is just data. That doesn't matter too much. Obviously it matters in terms of material prices and stuff, but that doesn't matter too much. Now, is it gonna be tragically big, this restock? Oh, okay. See, this goes to show, right? We sold a whole bunch of stuff, meaning our recraft now is also pretty wham. Meaning it could cost us, it probably won't cost us this because we've got some materials, but it might cost us 150k just to do our restock now. Okay, that's not too surprising, but you know, if we do this now, it will potentially return us 125k of profit when we sell through it, which we obviously are, because this is only going to be recrafting. This is using my TSM profile still, so it only crafts things that it considers profitable, and then it only sells them at a profitable point. So it's safe to say that we have, at least once already, for most of these things, already sold a whole bunch of them and made a bunch of profit on them already, which is why it's safe to recraft this stuff. So let's get some gathering on the go. Callous hide we need to buy, 660 callous hide. Let's go shopping. Callous hide, where's your callous hide? How many did I say we needed? 660. Let's just buy 700 for the ease of maths. It's telling us to craft this, why is it not working out what the hell to do with the crafter's mark of the chained isle? I don't know. Why is that a thing? Don't know. Buy the curing salt from the vendor. Obviously, it's telling us to craft the heavy callous hide from callous hide itself. I wish I'd have noticed that before, because I might have just bought the heavy callous hide anyway. Heavy desolate leather, we need nearly 500 of that stuff. Heavy desolate leather, 500. Yoink. We need some pallid bones. Let's say 800 pallid bones. And finally, penumbra thread that we get from a vendor. That should allow us to make most of the crafter's marks we need. It might, and in fact, it not just a might, it almost definitely will throw up some more materials that we'll need to buy once we've crafted the crafter's marks, because for some reason it can't do maths, and I don't understand why Trade School Master can't do maths properly, but it can't. So, did I send them to the right character? Please tell me I sent them to the right character. Did I send them to Muthius? Ah, what a donkey. That's the wrong character. Haha, okay, let's try that again. Guild cabin trips over. Somebody's still resetting lightless silk on my server. Leveling these recipes turned out to take a long time. I won't be buying lightless silk at 100 gold a piece. Yeah, I don't blame you. 100 gold a piece is not what you want to pay for lightless silk. Way too high competition on my server. There's like 30 auctions of the ring, same for necks, capes, and tailoring gloves. I mean, yeah, competition is going to be high on the big realms. Everybody tends to focus on the same things, though. This is the problem, right? Everybody tries to focus on the meta slots. On my home realm, I actually have just as much, if not more, success on items that are not the meta. The off-meta pieces, there's way less competition on them, and they're often even more profitable because of that. So, you know, spread your wings a little bit. See if there's someone else out there, another market out there that you can tap into. Right, let's try that again. Now that we've sent the materials to the right character. Hopefully, we can get this restock done pretty quickly, and then see if we have any spare gold after to craft a few Legos. I worked out that I probably spent 200,000 gold crafting all of the rank 1s, so for the last few days at least, I've been trying to recuperate that gold to then look at reinvesting it again. On my realm, the metas often sell for 40 to 50k. The non-meta slots 100 to 120. The meta sucks. Loving those 100k plus sales. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, see, this is it. Often the trick is quite simple. Try and do what everybody else is not already doing. Now, I know that puts me in an awkward position because I'm usually the one suggesting people do certain things. But it's, you know, you look at the biggest argument you always see is that, oh, that stupid YouTuber has released a farming video and now the material is worth nothing. It's just kind of true, though. If you're doing the same thing as everybody else, it might be a bit difficult to make a profit out of it. Yeah, if you find something that everybody is not doing, you can often cash in on that pretty heavily. We need 165 arboreal shards. That's 16,000 gold right there. Plus all these vendor mats. I think I need an injection of cash on this character for some vendor mats. Let's send like 25,000 gold over. Not to Muthius. This one. Let's try that again. Now we should be able to buy some vendor mats. Let's grab that curing salt first. That's over here. Curing salt, penumbra thread. Yoink.
I don't have enough money.
What? What do you mean you don't have enough money? 165. We need 21 more arboreal shards. Oh dear. 25k wasn't even enough for all of that. Ouch. Lots of people are starting to craft right now. My auction house is full of ranks 1 through till 3, but not many of the higher stuff. Well, this is the time to do it. It's very much the time to do it right now, because the materials are arguably at their cheapest point. It's damage limitation a lot of the time with this early stuff. And you're not looking to make your gold. You're just looking to not lose quite as much gold. It's difficult, but
My wares are second to none.
I get that a lot when doing the vendor shuffles. Go the vendor with 100k, get an error 2 seconds later. Yeah, especially when you're buying arboreal shards. Oh my days, these things. What do you mean I don't have enough money? Lies, I tell you. Right, let's craft up this. I see now it's telling me to buy the heavy callous hide. Shut up, TSM. I'm going to craft it. You made me buy all of that stupid callous hide. I'm going to craft it myself. Although it now claims we've only got enough to make 97 of them. How's that possible? I don't know what's causing this. I'm glad they're redoing this gathering thing, because there's so many errors in the calculations for these. It could be. I mean, it's quite possible that it's user error. I don't think it is, though. That boil shard is such a scam. Hey, on the beta, before Shadowlands launched, there was a period in time when it was 1,000 gold. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? It was also, if you play Alliance, it's even worse. Because, you know, Horde get used to paying 100 gold for them. If you're Alliance, I think I went nearly... I mean, you have to get to Exalted with somebody if you play Alliance before you can get it for 100 gold. I was still paying like 106 gold for my Boil Shards nearly up until patch 9.1. Which it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 6% more cost for my Boil Shards. 6% of like 50 million gold or something silly is actually quite a lot. Horde's easy mode? Yeah, it seems that way nowadays, doesn't it? When you start out, it's an investment. See it as that. Ranks 1 through till 3 is an investment. Consider that gold gone. Even if you make even, you are lucky. If not, it's an investment for rank 4. Yeah, I've tried to push that mentality as far as possible. Do not expect to make money from your, you know, lower level ranks at this point. It's damage limitation. Like if it costs me 200,000 gold, how much of that can I get back? Can I get 50k back? Can I get 75k back? You're often you're often better off, you know, just focusing on selling the stuff as quick as possible to get that gold back fast, even if you have to take more of a hit. Because if you get that gold back quick enough, you can spend it again on something else. Obviously, if you're super duper mega rich and you're not worrying about capital in the first place, then sure, sell them slowly and squeeze out every penny from them that you can get. But otherwise, just get rid of them quickly. You can buy boil shards from a vendor. What am I missing? Yeah, they are vendor items at heart. This is actually interesting that only in patch 9.1 did some people get introduced to the arboreal shards, because now they're obviously used to make the crafter's mark of the chained isle. So even people who are not crafting legendaries buy arboreal shards. But if you look at the tooltip, it says it's a crafting reagent. It doesn't tell you it's a vendor item though. And this is very much the fault of Blizzard. It doesn't make it blatantly obvious to people that this is a vendor item. This arboreal shard is a vendor item. You would look at it and you would think it comes from disenchanting because it's a shard. Nope. Many people have made the same mistake. Do not buy these things off the auction house. You're paying a premium. People are buying them for 100 gold a piece, and then they're selling them for 120 on the auction house and making, you know, 10, 15 gold on each one. I love it when people post them on the auction house for less than 100 gold. Weirdly, it's I think it's actually a way to easily transfer gold from one realm to another. People stock up on arboreal shards because they know they can buy them for 100, fill their inventory with them, and they know if they then post them at 99 gold on the other server, they'll sell instantly. I can buy from 100 or from 95 from the auction. Well, yeah, there you go. They stack high, they're expensive. People, because there's a limit, you can only transfer 1 million gold when you do a character transfer. Liquid gold, you can only take 1 million, but you could probably stack 5 million in arboreal shards on your character. Because they stack high and they're, you know, they have a, you know, almost a fixed price. We need more callous hide. I knew we'd need more callous hide. We need 100 more callous hide apparently. Where was Callous Hide on our list? 29 apiece. See, there's no way we should have been turning Callous Hide into heavy Callous Hide. This is why I shouldn't trust Trade Skill Master. I should not be trusting Trade Skill Master. Does it still say I need any more of these? Gathering. No. Now it just literally says I need these things. Alright, sure, fine. 100 of these. Yep, that's the right dude. Go. Annoyingly, we're going to craft these next things. It's going to turn around and tell us we need even more materials, but there's nothing we can do about that. Right, crafter's marks, go. 74 crafter's marks. Holy sh! No wonder. Today I sold 4,000 arboreals for 200 gold each and bought them for 125 gold. Well, like I said, it's not uncommon for them to sell on the auction house because people don't know they're available from a vendor, and they're available from vendors in Oribos, but they're always 125 gold in Oribos. Doesn't matter what your faction rep is, doesn't matter if you're a goblin, they're always 125 gold if you buy them in Oribos. And so people see them on the auction house for 120 and they're like, oh, they're cheap, yoink. But if you go to Bastion or you go to Ardenweld, where you've got the reputation vendors and you can get a discount on them, you can get them for 100 if you happen to be either a goblin or exalted with the relevant faction. Laziness is also a thing. That is true. Laziness is also a thing. There's a very good chance that people just buy them off the auction house because they're lazy. I must admit, I've done that myself. More so on Alliance. Because some people who play Alliance might not actually be able to get them for 100. Right, knew it, called it, craft a bunch of crafter's marks, and then all of a sudden TSM has done it, somehow managed to do its maths wrong again. And somebody's buying all of my something. That's bags, right? Somebody's got to be buying bags. What the hell is selling here? Haha, yes, bags. All my bags are being bought. Shrouded cloth bags, 180 gold a piece, 140 gold crafting cost. Sure, money's money. Right, what do we now need to continue crafting all of these? I don't know why Trade School Master can't do simple maths on these. Heavy desolate leather, we need 53, and we need another 1,500 pallid bones. Heavy desolate leather, another 60. And what was it? Like 2,000 pallid bones or something stupid? Sometimes the extra markup of 10 to 50 gold on the auction house is worth it versus the time spent travelling back to a vendor. Well, on my Alliance realm, I've actually filled a guild bank tab full of arboreal shards. Just so that I don't always have to go to the vendor. I can just my bank character will always be logged on, and I then just quite simply just take them out the guild bank and send them over because it's quicker than flying over to the vendor. So yeah, I get it. I understand. How can you get how can I get infinite amounts of augment runes? I sell them almost instantly on the auction house. Mission table is where most people get most of theirs. People who cash in on the mission table pretty heavily. Satchels if you happen to be a tank or a healer and can get the bonus from doing a dungeon. Is the two main sources, I think. Selling them now is actually not a bad idea though, because there's an infinite rune coming if you gain Exalted with the new faction. Although it does appear to be bind on pickup. Or at least as it stands on the PTR currently. The new infinite use one is bind on pickup, meaning you're going to have to do it on each character. So people might have it on their main character, but if they look to do any raiding or Mythic Plus on alts, they're probably still going to need to buy Augment Runes. Unless they make it a toy in turn, which it will then be, you know, bind on account. But has it always been bind on pickup? I mean, I've always ignored them. But, oh, well, there we go. Either way, it's going to require you to be Exalted, so not everybody's going to have access to one of the alts. Will still need Augment Runes. But then again, if you're raiding on an alt, do you really use Augment Runes on an alt? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. 34 more Heavy Callous Hide. Of course we do. Now we craft all of these intermediates, and then it repopulates the list with all the stuff we still need again. It's kind of annoying that, but sure. We still need 2 more. We now need more Heavy Callous Hide. 34 Heavy Callous Hide. And 400 more Heavy Desolate Leather. God, this cheap little restock is turned into not being such a cheap little restock, isn't it? Spending the big bucks here. Don't tell me you need more materials after this. Thank Christ. Okay, right. Now we should be able to craft everything. Oh, look at this list. This is juicy. We paid 50k for a rune and BFA and now it's useless. Well, that's also true. I think it's going to be 40,000 gold this expansion. Ultimately meaning even people that do hit Exalted may not want to pay the gold for it. They might just still continue to buy Augment Runes as they need them. For the same reason that, you know, how, you know, people don't want to buy an iPhone for 1,200 euros, but they'll pay 50 bucks a month for it. You know, it's one of those that they'll pay more for it if they get to pay for it in pieces. I'm quite sure there's raiders out there that will hit Exalted that can't even afford their repair bill. Never mind 40k for an Augment Rune. But they'll happily pay, you know, 200 gold a pull for to buy it in small quantities. I'd rather have an upfront known cost than paying per use. Yeah, you and me both, but I think we're both also in a position where we're, you know, we have enough gold to be in that position. Some people really don't want to spend 40,000 gold on, you know, a consumable in one go. Because let's not forget that 40,000 gold is, you know, quarter of a token in the US. It's a lot of gold to some people. Mythic raiding the other night cost me a little over 40k in wipes and personal consumables, not flasks and food because that's provided by the guild. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, endgame progressing is not cheap. This is why raiders get conditioned to buy tokens, right? This is why the token exists. It's not uncommon for a progressing raider to buy a couple of tokens every month just to do what it is they want to do. Just to continue progressing, because it gets expensive. But on the flip side, 2 tokens a month, what, 40 bucks? I mean, if you're a family man you can't take the wife and kids to the cinema for less than $40. So $40 to play World of Warcraft for a month is an absolute bargain. It's all about perspective. This is why people buy tokens, and more people buy tokens than people realise, because it's convenient. Do we have everything for tailoring? The list seemed to be pretty big for leatherworking. Oh, there's not too many tailoring pieces, that's fine. Yeah, the token thing, the token thing's bust. The token's been going up and down like a yo-yo actually recently. It was 230,000 gold a couple of days ago. Then it dipped down to I think 280. Yeah, the token had its lowest point at 280,000 gold. Over 50,000 gold swing in just a few days in the EU. Which is wild. I don't know what it's been doing in the NA. Down to 190 over in the NA. Cheapest it's been for a long time. Genuinely couldn't tell you the reason for that. Could not tell you the reason for that. Like, God knows why the token's going down. I mean, I'll take it. I just can't explain it. Usually takes new content to push the token down. We certainly haven't had any of that. I think I capped out my Blizzard balance the other day when it was, I think I paid $2.93 per token. What are the ticks on the bags? This is an add-on. I think it's either all the things or can I mog it? One of the two. That basically displays to me at a glance whether I've got the appearance for that item or not. It'll be a tick if I've got it, a cross if I haven't. There's also another symbol, I can't remember. It's can I mog it? Oh, okay, there we go. I knew it was one of the two. Maybe Mage Tower and people prepping for 9-2. I mean, possibly, but I mean, Mage Tower's done. Mage Tower's over. We're just on Battleground events at the moment. Mage Tower's done. The most likely cause is that though people are coming back, planning ahead for patch 9.2. I don't know. Maybe they you know, they did their week of Final Fantasy or whatever, and now they're coming. I don't know. You can only guess these things. Right, that's leatherworking and jewel crafting. Sorry, leatherworking and tailoring done. Let's get the rest of that sent over. What's the cap for Blizzard balance? I think it's 250 euros or 250 pounds if you've got an authenticator attached to your account. 150 if you haven't, I think. Not sure. People are buying their tokens now because in 9.2 it will bring the price of the tokens down. So that, yeah, I suppose people are buying their tokens to get their gold now because you can get a sizable amount of gold for it. Yeah, you might be right. People know that when a new content patch comes out, you know, you'll get 50,000 gold less for that same $20. Right, I'm with the size of that restock though, I'm all the more getting concerned that we're not going to have any gold left to craft any legendaries today, which is a bit of a boo. I was hoping to. One of my main plans for today was to get a new episode of Project Draenor out on the YouTube channel. The topic of it was going to be how do you decide which legendaries to craft first. But I can't really do that if I've got no gold to craft any with. Maybe that might have to wait till tomorrow. Right, what do we still need then? Crafting this lot. We need auction house for this stuff. We need flux off a vendor. Shards off a vendor. We can get flux from here somewhere, can't we? This dude sells flux. Or dudette. How many did we need? 238. I'll buy 400 just so he's got spares. And shards. We'll buy 20 shards. Doesn't seem to need many of those. That's probably going to be everything. Right, let's see what the damage is on that then. You can swap gold if you want. I can trade you some on Draenor, or you can trade me some on somewhere else. Under normal circumstances, I'd probably take you up on that offer. But considering I'm trying to use this Project Draenor as a bit of a showcase to, you know, progression, I'm trying to emulate the, you know, starting fresh thing. So I'm trying to not use any streamer privileges, let me put it that way. Right, let's grab these materials then. We're gonna need some let's grab some lithium ore, 150 lithium ore. Lithium ore. We need a stack of lacestrite. Maybe a bit more than a stack of lacestrite actually, considering we might need to prospect some for some gems. Stack of lightless silk. We need a stack of oxane ore. Is it asking us to make shadowghast ingots? It is asking us to make shadowghast ingots. That's why it's asking for the ore. I'm tempted to just buy the shadowghast ingots. Phaedrum ore. We need 20. What are the price of the shadowghast ingots pre-crafted? They're only 60 gold a piece pre-crafted. You got streamer privileges when you first came to Draenor? That is true. That is true. I did get a nice little 10k gift off you. Yes, I do remember. Thank you. That got instantly spent on flying though. Spent 15 million gold on a new server to be able to craft rank 4s for the new patch. It's going to be hard, especially on Draenor. There's lots of people selling below crafting cost, even on rank 6s. I know it's going to be hard. I'm very aware that's kind of the point I'm trying to show, that there are different ways to do it, and I want to try and like showcase the journey. That's my plan, at least. Crafting ingots isn't cool anymore. I know it really isn't. I'm absolutely going to need way more flux than this if I'm going to be crafting ingots as well. Okay. Okay. Let's grab all of this bought stuff. Send that over. Let's start. We can start crafting some ingots while we list all of this stuff we've just made. Let's make sure we send it to the right character this time. We're going to need a thermal anvil. We're going to need a mailbox. Let's get crafting these then. Shadowghast ingots, go. Right, while they're doing, let's list up all of this freshly crafted stuffs. That's only the case on Draenor. I play on many full pop realms where the prices are everywhere better than that on Draenor. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. If your materials are cheaper, it costs less to craft things. It means you've got to, in some regards, there's a lesser barrier to entry. It's you know, it's there's no one rule with gold making. This is why I enjoy playing on different types of realms, because it's, even though you're kind of doing the same thing, it's almost a different experience every time you do it, which is quite fun. How are you doing, Alive? Welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. Like the price or not, people have to buy them. Why would you put a rank 6 for 56k when you can put it for 100k? Because the chances are is if you list it at 56k, you might not have to play the cancel scan game all day. And that alone might be worth more to you than the extra 40k profit you could have made. If you can price things at a point where they are still profitable for you, but they are outside of the range of people's willingness to play the cancel scan game on them, you can still squeeze out a lot of sales with very little effort, even on the big realms. You know, most people will do almost anything to not have to play the cancel scan game. And I understand. I understand, because it's painful. Cancel scanning is not fun. It's a necessity to make a bunch of gold. But it's a necessity I try to do as little of as possible. At the beginning of Shadowlands, I was always forced to buy out Lazy Goldmaker. He was satisfied with 10% profit. Yeah, see, there we go. I'd do the same thing. I'd be more than satisfied with 10% profit. Heck, if I can make 5% profit on a 50k crafted item, I'm over the moon with that. I can still make considerably more gold by doing that than I can by doing any other monotonous aspect of the game, such as callings or farming, or, you know, people will go out of their way to not have to piss about with monotonous things like playing the cancel scan game. And I get it. I get it. What do we need? It still says we need more Shadowghast ingots. Why did it not continue to craft those then? Because apparently we need 60 more Phaedra ore, is that why? Did we not buy Phaedra ore a minute ago? Oh, this TSM, this Trade School Master Gathering is getting frustrating with just how frequently it doesn't get things right. I'm not in a position to buy in big quantities though. This is the problem. This is one of the pitfalls you have. You have to do these weird and wonderful ways of crafting things. You have to fight the fights, because I can't power through it with just more gold. TSM Gathering nightmare. It's horrible, right? Thank God they're rebuilding it. Thank God they're rebuilding it. Welcome in, Gold Goblin. Good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, I would hope that I can I would hope that I can get a sneak peek of any progress they make on TSM before it, goes public to everybody. I mean, I'm openly said I'll happily help them test it if needed. So, Dirty Herbie's having a bit of a war with some other guy on legendaries on my realm. Other guy is threatening to drive down the price to drive him out. Profits are terrible on rank 6. I mean, sure. I mean, if you want to get into those sorts of battles, that's your prerogative. I mean, Dirty Herbie's also in a really good position though, because he crafts and sells legendaries on, I think, 4 realms now. Definitely 3 or 4 realms. So I mean, he doesn't care if he doesn't make any gold on 1 realm, because he's still making gold on 3 others. It's not really diversification by its normal term.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Keep on your good work. Hype.
Cheers, my man. Appreciate it. Thank you. With a tier 1 2-month sub. Thank you. Appreciate it. Selling Legos on 5 realms. Yeah. See, this is the thing. This is why diversification is key. If you can sell, not everything needs to be super profitable. Sell something and make money on it. Give something else away, and as long as you have more wins than you have losses, you come out ahead. GG. Yeah, he just said, come at me. I've got 250 million gold. That's one way to do it. I'll fight you for that market. Hey. It's a weird time to be fighting a battle like that though. Like, sure, I get it when the market is like, booming, but this is off season right now. There's no need to be fighting that fight right now. There's really not that many people that are. I mean, sure, people are leveling up alts and getting ready for 9.2 and whatever, but it's not until 9.2 launch that things will really pop off, The amount of gold I made during this expansion, I think there was no chance that Blizzard will do this kind of profession thing again with the Legos. Yeah, I said it from day one. I don't think we'll see anything like the legendary crafting system again. It's way too overpowered, borderline broken. The only thing that might incentivize Blizzard to do it is the fact they'll look at the amount of tokens they've sold off people directly buying token. See, Blizzard can't very easily correlate somebody bought a token and why they bought the token, but they probably crunch enough data to say, right, this person bought a token, and then very quickly after buying a token, they bought their legendary. And they will probably see that as a pattern, almost without question. This is equally why I think... Now, this is real... Put your tinfoil hats on, boys and girls. This is real tinfoil hat business. But I think that is the prime reason that very, very late in development, they decided that you needed 40 Corthite crystals to craft a legendary. Because they knew that would boost the price of the ranks 5 and 6 legendaries through the roof and force people into a position where they would need to buy tokens to buy them. I think they learned that from patch 9.0. They learned just how much people will spend on these Legos to get them. And then they were like, how do we incentivize people to do this again? And then again. And then again. If Blizzard's accountants get any say, we might see something like this again. But I don't think from a game development point of view, it's very good. I think it's pretty trash, to be honest, from a development point of view. My mate was buying tokens for funding his legendaries on his alts. Many people, everybody, if you're in a guild that's at least semi-active, probably 50% of that guild is buying tokens to pay for their gear. Corruption BOE, that kind of started the whole thing. It's a good point. Some of those corrupted BOEs were selling for millions. Not hundreds of thousands, but millions. And there's only one way that people were paying for them. Tokens will get even more expensive when you're able to buy gear, clothes, etc. from their store. If they bring the merch store in-house and allow you to use Blizzard Balance with it, yeah, that'll be an instant 500,000 gold per token almost overnight. I don't know anybody that likes how the Lego system works, even though making millions and millions from it. I don't like it because it's boring. It's super boring. And not only is it super boring, the biggest complaint that I've had with Legendaries this expansion, from a goal-making perspective, is quite simple. I have no incentive to do anything else in the game from a goal-making perspective, because there's nothing that comes even close. Nothing comes close. There's not a single farm that comes within a mile of how much gold you can make from legendaries. Not even close. A video I put out on my channel a while ago stating that I'd made something, I can't remember the exact number, but it was like about 5,000 gold every single hour of every single day since Shadowlands has launched. Whether I've been online or not. Right? That amounted to like 40 million gold and that was on a single server. I'd done that on other servers as well. 40 million gold on a single server with very little effort, realistically, other than just crafting and selling legendaries. It's so boring. But you could make 10 million gold a month crafting and selling legendaries, or you could make 2 million gold a month spending twice as much time doing anything else. So why would you? It's just dumb. It's like I said, it's bad game design. Apparently I need more Umbriel. Always need more Umbriel. Are we going to prospect for it? We should probably prospect for it. In fact, although we may not have... Mini rant over, by the way. Although we may not have much gold left over for the purpose of legendaries, what we do actually have is a fair amount of essences from prospecting, which we can in turn actually means we'll actually be able to make a bunch of legendaries without it costing us much. Send that over. Let's get this prospected. We need the gems anyway for our crafting sesh. Let's get that prospected. We need some gems real quick. 858 unopened successful mails since Friday. That's good effort. That's a lot of sales. That's got to be like potions, enchants. That's got to be a lot of consumables, right? As a pretty new player in WoW, how much gold did you make in the patch before Shadowlands? Well, I wasn't really all that active gold making wise in BFA. I made close to 10 million off Darkmoon cards at the beginning of BFA, and then I didn't give a shit about making gold for the rest of the expansion. I just, pissed about and wasted it all on multi-boxing, to be honest. I actually came into Shadowlands with only 1.4 million gold, like liquid gold. Like, almost nothing. But there were some people that were crafting and selling legendary... Like, Lazy Goldmaker, for example, came into Shadowlands with about 12 to 14 million gold, I think, if I remember right. And he'd made a lot of that from the corrupt BOEs, I believe. He was flipping BOEs for a while. Some people like Dirty Herbie came into Shadowlands with, I think he said he came into Shadowlands with about 20 million gold, and he managed to skyrocket that to about 125 million gold in literally the first patch. The guy went ham, which was quite funny. Those poor classic peons making 300 gold an hour. Oh dear. Hey, it's a different game. It's a different world. It's the same world, just in a different time zone. Came into Shadowlands with 5. Ended up making 70, even after buying everything in the store. Yeah, Shadowlands has been a ridiculous cash cow for people that have, you know, learnt to abuse the systems. It makes me giggle, right? Because there were some people at the beginning of the expansion that basically made 10 million gold overnight from Darkmoon cards and from, you know, heavy callous hide farming. You could make, I shit you not, on most realms, you could probably make somewhere in the region of 80 to 100,000 gold an hour from skinning at the beginning of Shadowlands. And that's not an exaggeration. That's not a YouTube clickbait exaggeration. That was somewhat possible. Because heavy callous hide was like 2,500 gold a piece or something stupid. Those skinners for the first couple of weeks of the game were making bank. Not to mention the 2x4 farming for BOEs. And all of the lightless silk that was stupid expensive. Because they clocked on to the fact that you need like... Is it something like 10,000 lightless silk or something silly to level tailoring? So there was a few people that made 10... 20 million gold in the first couple of weeks of the game and then just stopped. They thought they were done. They were super mega rich for the rest of the expansion. But those people that crafted Legos very quickly caught up, then overtook them, and then left them in the dust. Literally. Legos was always going to be the long play for sure. It was funny to see how it just played out. Is it possible to live from only making gold, though? Well, not legitimately, considering that you can't legitimately, at least, turn gold into real currency. You can turn it into Blizzard balance, but you can't, like I said, legitimately anyway, take it any further than that. But it is true, there are some countries that play World of Warcraft and can play it actively for a living. But they're obviously countries where their economy is not quite as strong to begin with. Or their home currency is not as strong to begin with. Once you can use Battle.net balance for the gear store, buy items, sell on eBay, buy food. Well, I mean that's like if they go that route, I wouldn't be surprised to see that be a thing. There'll be a black market for the Blizzard merchandise almost instantly. If there isn't one already. Okay, we're missing vendor mats again. Always the case. Always the case with these goddamn crafters marks. Gathering never does the maths properly. We need more Alethrium ore and we need yet more Umbral. Always need more of the stupid blue gems. let's grab some more lace strike then. So I know this is not the most engaging of actual stream content, but it's a necessary evil if we want to make the big bucks. I mean, I'd like to see the Blizzard. I'd like to see it so that you can use Blizzard Balance to buy merch. It'd be quite cool. I'd definitely pick up a few pieces if I could pay for it with Blizzard Balance. I just know that there's some legal hurdles that need to be overcome before that can be a thing, though. But you know, a company the size of Blizzard Activision are definitely going to look at the options. Right, whilst this is prospecting, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves, maybe hit that follow button. A fair few people have hit the follow button today, actually. I appreciate that, boys and girls. Thank you, thank you. And we're at 100 viewers again. Holy smoke. Damn, welcome in, everybody. I'm 100 Andy. Check me out. I'm going to take a bathroom break real quick. We'll be back in 2, and then we'll hopefully play an ad. That's a very good suggestion. Very good suggestion. I'll throw a quick ad up for a couple of minutes. So don't bother watching the ads. Go get yourself a drink or something. We'll be back in 2. Or hit the sub button, obviously. You know, hook a brother up. Okie dokie, are we done with our prospecting yet? Oh, we're nearly there. We just need some more lithium ore. That we can do. Right. Do we now have everything we need? Probably not. We need to go get some more vendor mats in a minute. We need another stack or 2 of flux and wire. Flux and wire. I have to switch characters for this because, you know, gotta buy them on a goblin because every penny counts. Can't be giving that dollar away. Not yet, anyway. One day, we'll be rich enough on Draenor that capital won't be a problem. One day. In the near future, hopefully. Hey, if we smash it in 9.2, if we can get a few rank 4s under our belt before 9.2, the possibilities are there. I kind of want to try and document this progress, maybe up until we hit gold cap on Draenor. We might get to a point before that where we're just rinsing and repeating, we're just churning, and the content may end up getting a bit samey. But I would like to at least continue with it for a reasonable duration. It might be sensible just to buy a little bit more flux than what's advertised here, just for spares. It's not that expensive. How is that 800? Let's just buy 1,000. Whoa, okay. We're not that rich. And then we need malleable wire. It's a jewel crafting thing, right?
In stock.
Yes.
Take pride in your work.
I wish I had the discipline to do Legos. It's just, I'm going to be honest, it doesn't really feel like it's much of a... It's not any different from any other crafting, in my opinion. It gets very categorized by the community generally, because the Legos, they just look like this big, scary, daunting, money-grabbing, profit-making market. But when you break it down, it's no different to any other crafting. The only difficulty with it is that, our add-ons that we rely on quite heavily, such as Trade School Master, don't really support them very well. And in many cases, you're playing with a lot more gold than most people are comfortable with. That's the big problem, right? It's a big step up in expenditure. You're risking a lot more. You can craft and sell 200 gear, 230 gear. You may be investing or risking, however you want to phrase it, a couple of 100,000 gold, less than a token's worth of gold, which you may have spent a little while farming up. But then you step into the legendaries, and if you really want to start crafting a selection of things, 500,000 to 1 million gold can disappear like that. So it's kind of like, it's like playing blackjack, it's like playing at the penny slots or going to play on the the high rollers roulette table. You're still doing basically the same thing, but you're often risking considerably more than what some people are comfortable with, which I think is the scary thing for most. It's often because that first million gold, super difficult to make. I don't underestimate just how difficult it is for most people to make that first big chunk of gold. Then to look at the legendary market and say, right, I need to take 2 million gold and put it in the bin. No. Not happening. It's just too big of a risk for some people, and I get it. But chip away at it slowly, work your way up, and all of a sudden you'll be spending 2 million in materials every day, and you won't even bat an eyelid. It'll just be another day in the office. 1 million in arboreal shards won't even last you a week. I buy tens of thousands of arboreal shards in a week. It feels sometimes. It's pretty scary when you add it all up. Right, let's get this jewel crafting stuff banged out. We seem to be smashing through these rings and necks like so fast. This 200 item level jewel crafting stuff is actually flying off the shelves. I literally can't keep enough of this stuff in stock, which is nice because it's proving to be a good source, a good way of getting rid of some of these excess gems. Often to the point where I actually feel incentivized to prospect even more to get the gems to make all of this stuff. Slowly stocking up on the essences for jewel. We've got 134 rebirth actually, and 109 essence of torment. We really need to be crafting some Legos with this, because that's just dead gold sat there right now, and that's a lot of value that's just sat there waiting for us to do something with it. before we started crafting Legos, I was just selling the essences. But now that we can actually craft with them and are trying to level up our jewel crafting, I didn't realise we had quite so many. It's somewhat interesting to see that we have considerably more Torment and Rebirth than we do Servitude and Valor. And I can't possibly believe we've been selling necks more effectively than we have rings. Wonder what's going on with that. Used to worry about spending 60k, now I don't even blink on 500,000. Yeah, that's it. It's like the perspective of it changes quite dramatically. Why is the 262 neck so expensive? Is it going to be cheaper or not really? No idea. It's probably expensive because it's a rank 6 legendary. They're all expensive to craft. It should be there or thereabouts the same cost as the ring though. If it's significantly more expensive than the ring, it's probably just had its market price reset. It's probably not usually that expensive. The ring is traditionally the go-to, and then the neck is often a little bit cheaper. We have run out of inventory space. It's not some Doritos, is it? Streamer luck. Hang on, no, what are we doing? TSM. Groups. Send. There are too many mats from too many sources for me. Even just doing the vendor shuffles, I accidentally bought 300k too many thread. At least then the path to recoup and reuse them all is pretty easy, and given it took 2 weeks to get enough materials off the auction house to use them up. I've done the same. I've also, what's more frustrating than anything else is I've accidentally bought massive quantities of the wrong vendor material. Doing that is really painful. When you accidentally buy like a whole inventory load of the wrong vendor mat, you're like, oh no, now what am I going to do? There should be an undo button. Most bear tanks that have done high keys have switched from Night Fae to Kyrian, and then new Lego is the neck. Maybe that's the reason the rank 6 neck went up in price. I mean, it may be an indication to why more necks are selling. Doesn't necessarily always mean that the value will go up dramatically. Let's get that lot sent over. Let's do some blacksmithing stuff, and then we're almost done with our restock. Once we've got the restock finished, in fact, we've bought everything that we need for our restock. What we can now see is what have we got left over that we can possibly spend on Legos, but what can we spend it on like in an effective way? Where's me thermal anvil gone? There it is. We need to try and work out how to spend this gold in a way that, you know, we can get most of it back quickly. On a 1.4 mil restock, I really want account-wide unlimited bag space. I can't even begin to tell you. Like, if Blizzard did something with the bag space, like, just take all of my money. Honestly, at this point, it seems ridiculous that we've not had more than like 2 inventory slots per expansion for years at this point. Yet we have, you know, we have zones like Korthia where there's 12 different versions of a currency that we have to go and continuously hand in all the time, filling our bags up. Incentive to have multiple sets of gear in our bags when we really don't have room for it. Like, there's so many reasons why we need more bag space, and it shouldn't be a problem, you know? You shouldn't have to be making alts purely to store stuff on them. That shouldn't be how, inventory shouldn't be that much of a problem in a game that's 17 years old at this point. Most infuriating must be all the crappy currencies that don't go straight into the currencies tab. Yeah, we don't need 17 little anima icons. We don't need 17 different catalogued research tokens. Just put it all straight in the currency tab. I find it incredible that we even have to loot those things anymore. Kill the thing. Just like experience, you gain the currency. Currency should be collected automatically by default. Use the mailbox as a store unit. I advise people away from doing that. Just simply though because I see so many horror stories of people, not logging in for a month and losing often millions of gold worth of stuff because they've been using a mailbox as storage. Do you remember the key bag? Yeah. Do you remember ammo pouches? Do you remember soul shard bags? All sorts of stupid stuff that was never needed. The key ring was the key bag was a particularly idiotic one to have for sure, but I stored a TCG mount in my mail once. Guess what happened next? Yeah. I don't advise it, but don't have space. Well, true. True. Something's got to budge, right? Something's got to budge. Right, open all of the above. Give me all of the goodies. Let's get all of this relisted. If you do a vendor shuffle, forget about using the restore service. My restore page was 46 megabytes, made Chrome very unhappy. Oh no. Oh no. A 46 megabyte page for Chrome. Just imagine how much RAM it would take up. 128 gig of RAM. Gone. You need to run it on a supercomputer. Oh dear. Got into crafting transmog a couple of months ago. Just lost motivation to play the game all a bit later. When I got back, I'd lost over 1,000 auctions that took me a while to farm. Yeah, this is it. Using the mailbox as storage is a tragic idea. The closest thing I will do is I will send materials from my bank character to the character that needs them. That gives me a 60-day window before I have a problem on my hands. Because if you send materials from one character to another, 30 days later they're not lost, they get sent back, meaning you then have another 30 days before they expire. I don't think I've gone 60 days without logging into this game for 17 years at this point. So that's the closest I will go to using, bank storage. Bank characters though, this is also one of the strong reasons to why I don't like to post more than a few hundred items. I don't like to be dealing with more than a few hundred items, because if there was ever the situation where I did know that I wasn't going to play the game for a while, I would want to have easy access to store all of the things I usually list. And if I can't fit them all in a guild bank, I'm trying to sell too much, is the way I kind of look at it. And I don't want every single character to have their own guild just purely for storage space reasons. That equally doesn't seem sensible to me. But, yeah, each their own. After we got Mythic Sylvanas down, I basically just quit the game, didn't even launch it again. So much stuff that was halfway through. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Like, 30 days is not that long when you think about it. You go off and you play another game for... If you pick up a sub of Final Fantasy, You get a month free when you first get into Final Fantasy. You may not log into WoW again for a month, and then boom, you've lost everything in the mailbox. It's not that long when you think about it. It's yeah, it's a bit of a tragic situation for some. What do you mean it requires anvil? I just placed a thermal anvil. Stupid game. Where'd it go? Or did I not? I swear I clicked the anvil button. Sundays are my login to every character day just to make sure there's nothing on them. I have a similar routine actually. I do most of my legendary recrafting on a Sunday. Some weeks, if it's a busy week, I'll do it during the week as well, often on stream. As I can usually craft legendaries pretty much in my sleep, and we can often get a good conversation on the go. But Sunday is usually the day where I do most of my legendary recrafting. A big reason to why I've tried to increase the amount of legendaries that I stock, so that I don't run out by the end of the week and can stick to just recrafting on a Sunday. For reference, anybody that also plays on my home realm, please don't jack up the prices on a Saturday evening when I buy my materials. Let you into a little secret there. It would be much appreciated if you wouldn't jack up the price of my materials just before I need to do a restock, but either way. Competition is competition after all. You just doomed yourself. It's all a devilish ploy. It's all a devilish ploy. What I'm actually doing is relisting all of my auctions on a Saturday morning for them to buy them all out and relist them. So I've already won. Haha. The early bird catches the worm, but the early cat catches the bird. Boom. It was a decoy. Note to self, increase price on a Saturday. That's fine. I relish the competition. And there's a few people that are quite often in the stream that don't make a big deal of, you know, being public about the fact that they also play on the same realm as I do. But there's definitely a few people that stay very quiet, because I quite often will see just, you know, nobody will be saying anything or doing much, but I'll be talking about something and then 2 minutes later it's all gone. It's all gone. Oh, what happened there then? It's all fun and games. If I cared about that sort of stuff, I would not be streaming it. You know? If I wanted to keep things a secret, I would not be publicly broadcasting my gameplay. Without auction house competition, it wouldn't be so fun. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. No idea what you're on about. Somebody's looking sus. I was crafting shit, you talked about the mats, and boom, price increase by 100%. Yeah. Absolutely. Is there a place in Elysian Hold to buy flux? I don't know, because I don't buy it on this character, even if there is. There might be. I don't look about. I buy all of my vendor mats on my alt, because it's a goblin and he gets them all at rock bottom price by default. Different approach by streaming. You could just manipulate the market. I'm not clever enough to keep up that kind of lie publicly. I couldn't lie my way out of a paper bag. To try and publicly manipulate. Yeah, that's too much like hard work. There's one at Heroes Rest, I believe. Oh yeah, actually, Heroes Rest is better than the Elysian Hold. Heroes Rest, there's a bunch of vendors over there. If you happen to have the reputation or be a goblin, either or, These are just crafting characters though, so like even they're like I'm literally ascended friendly. I'm renowned 80, but I'm friendly. That you know, that goes to show these are just crafting alts. If I played them with any conviction, then it probably wouldn't be an issue, but okay. Is that everything crafted? Everything relisted? What does that do to that? See, now there's the problem. There lies the problem. We now only have like 50,000 liquid gold, which is really not a lot to do much with, unfortunately. Thoughts on selling missives when people can start equipping 2 legendaries? How much of an opportunity there? Missives will always have an opportunity. The problem is it's a super low barrier to entry market. Crafting missives is often a byproduct for, you know, every single scribe will look at crafting and selling missives. That very quickly means that even when there's lots of demand for those missives, you really can't make much profit on them. Sure, you might sell a bunch of them on reset day when everybody's crafting legendaries, but they're never going to be super profitable. Or they certainly won't be for very long, put it that way. Just pretend you're going to buy the entire stock of X material, then back out at the last moment. Easy reset. True. Just sold a few missives on Sylvanas. They're decent right now. Yeah, probably. I don't. I can count on one hand the amount of herbs I've milled this expansion. I've not done any alchemy. I've not done any inscription. I didn't even do Dark Moon cards in the first week, for reference. And this comes back to what I was saying earlier about legendaries. Yeah, it's a cash cow, but it's hella boring, and I want to see the back of them. I really, really hope that there is nothing like this in 10.0, because I've got no incentive to do anything else. There's nothing else in this game that is as profitable as crafting and selling legendaries at scale. Once you've got that scale down, once you can do it, it's hard to get there. But once you're doing it at scale, nothing competes. Which is why I've not done any alchemy this expansion. I've barely done any enchanting. I don't even think I've leveled my engineer other than to have them to be able to access, you know, random auctioneers. I've not, yeah, it's just one of those. Like, it's just not fun. Done the rounds on my mission table on all of my toons which weren't Night Fae. Had missions they couldn't do, not because of enough health points. Whereas on Night Fae, all of them had at least 90% health. Night Fae for the win. Yeah, Night Fae had super OP on the mission table. I mean, their troops are healers, right? So, you know, one follower and then a whole bunch of healers, 4 pocket healers. How can you lose with 4 pocket healers? You can't. Sad to see that they've gone away from the Transmute Master, Potion Master, and so on. All professions in Shadowlands or BFA feel so quickly done. Yeah. Without going into detail about what I consider the state of professions, they need to do something to keep people's attention with the professions, or because I'm going to be brutally honest with you, if there wasn't let's say just for a minute that the legendaries weren't a thing, do we think there's enough going on with professions to keep people interested in them? You take legendaries out the mix, what becomes then your next most lucrative opportunity? 200, 230 gear? I know lots of people that sell legendaries and don't even touch 200, 230 gear. Imagine if everybody that's also selling legendaries also turns their attention to 200 and 230 gear. that market then becomes super saturated, even more so than it is currently. The reason that 200 and 230 gear works as effectively as it does on some realms is on the basis that the big goblins are probably not focused on it. This becomes the problem. Take the legendaries out the mix, and the professions in Shadowlands are dog doo-doo. There's nothing to them. There's literally nothing to them at all. What do you think about Elysium and Lightless Silk in 9.2? Do you think it will go up in price or not? Because you can get it in the new zone as well. I'm never very good, nor do I like to speculate on price. Demand for it will for sure go up, yes. There will definitely be a much greater need for Lightless Silk and Elysium than there is today. The problem is, though, is as you've rightly pointed out, you can get both Elysium and Lightless Silk in the new zone. So with that increase in demand, if the supply also increases at a similar rate, the price won't change. So yeah, it depends. I did both and made gold on both. Well, yeah, I'm basically right now, for example, if we look at my auction listings, I'm using the profits that I can make from 200 and 230 gear to help me fund that annoying massive amount of cost to get going with legendaries. But just like I've done on Taran Mill, just like I've done on Sylvanas, soon as I've got my legendary operation up and running, there's no need for me to spend that time on like lower level crafted gear. Sure, it's still profitable, but in that same amount of time it takes for me to deal with all that lower level crafted gear, I could just craft 3 or 4 more legendaries and be done with it, and go do something else for another hour. This is the thing, right? As much as I like making gold in World of Warcraft, I don't want to spend all day making gold in World of Warcraft. I want to get to a point on a realm where I can relist 2 or 3 times a day and make stinky amounts of gold. Once I can do that, I'll move on and do something else. Also, it's insane to think about professions, and Blizzard said before BFA that they hired or made a team with their only focus being professions. Are they sleeping? No, I equally think that was a lie. On the basis that there was a Blizzard post, there was a job opportunity put up recently at Blizzard for a game producer for the purpose of professions and rewards was the job title. So if they hired somebody, either they very quickly left, or it was a lie. Remember, not everybody hired to do a job will last more than 3 months. Yeah, exactly. You play on the high pop servers? Is it even possible without cancel scanning 24/7? I barely cancel scan. I barely cancel scan. I very rarely cancel scan. On my main realm, I post my auctions 2, maybe 3 times a day. That's it. On the bigger realms, you have to put a little bit more effort in. But I don't actively cancel scan for hours on end. Not at this time in the patch. When 9.2 comes out, yeah, I'm going to cancel scan like an absolute madman, because those first few days or weeks of sales are super duper mega profitable, and they dictate your success throughout the rest of the patch. As soon as the heat drops off, then I'll go back to crushing the profit margins, crushing the prices, posting, and then just leaving it, coming back later that day and seeing what's sold. Didn't Reckles apply for that? I'm not sure if he did. He was talking about possibly doing it. He might have done, I don't know. Full pop this morning, had 1 million in the mail with only 1 repost yesterday. Yeah. The biggest way to avoid, the easiest way to circumvent the cancel scan meta is to stop being so greedy. If you want to double your money on everything that you craft, you're gonna have to cancel scan like a crazy person to sell them at those high profit margins, because everybody wants those high profit margins. The competition at those high profit margins is ridiculous. But guess what? Not many people want to cancel scan for 5% profit. God's honest truth. Most people won't cancel scan for 5% profit. But if you make 5% profit and you sell a couple of million gold worth of stuff, that 5% all of a sudden becomes quite a lot on a daily basis. Stop being greedy, then I'll just lie down and die. Isn't there a good chance you'll lose your 5% profit? On some things, yeah. I can crush my margins down to 10% and still come out with 30% profit overall. Because don't forget, your minimums are your minimum. You don't always sell everything at your minimum. At the moment, my minimum profit's 4%. Yeah, yeah. You don't always. The thing to note is it's difficult because we can't track this data very well. But if you're selling enough stuff, every day, if you're opening your mailbox to like 200, 300 items sold every day or every 2 days or whatever, sure, some of it you'll probably be selling it for like 5-10% profit on it. But you only need 1 or 2 items out of those to be like 30-40% profit. And all of a sudden, you've actually made quite a lot of gold. Rank 5, yay or nay? At this point, nay. Big nay. Big nay at this point. Rank 5 was always a bit of a meme. Rank 5 will go for cost or less than cost. More importantly, people end up using rank 5 as a way to level up, which is the problem. People still buy rank 5s. I still craft them and I still sell them, but I don't sell them anywhere near as frequently as rank 4s or 6s. Do you think auction house bots or macros are a thing? Yes, absolutely. It takes nothing more than a 2-minute Google search. I mean, yeah, they absolutely exist. They even use Trade School Master. Some of them even use Trade School Master. Yes, they absolutely exist. Proving somebody is using one, though, is a different story. Because you just don't know. If you think there's somebody playing the game in such a degenerate fashion that they're genuinely online 18 hours a day, there probably is. Like, honestly, you forget just, you know, some people have World of Warcraft open on a second screen 18 hours a day. They work from home. They're probably working or doing something 12 hours a day because they're working from home. They're also then playing World of Warcraft semi-actively all of that time. I have there's a friend of mine who plays a lot of video games while they work because their job is to sit there and look at a screen and make sure something doesn't go wrong. That's their job. That's literally their job. Their job is to make sure that the place doesn't burn down. So what do they do to occupy themselves whilst they're making sure that the place doesn't burn down? They play video games. That's literally their job. IT life? Yeah, literally IT tech support in a nutshell, right? But yeah, as you can see, list a bunch of stuff, list it, literally the Homer Simpson, yeah, quite literally. List it at prices where, you know, you make a bit, but you're not making stupid money on it. Shade-bound arm guards, 1,000 gold. They cost us 771 gold. We only made like 200 gold on selling those. By the time the auction house takes their 50 gold out of that, we've probably only made like 150 to 200 gold off that. Not a lot at all. But I guess, but I tell you this much. People are not really willing to cancel scan when the profit margins are that skinny. And if they do, they actually very quickly realise that they're not making any gold, they're losing gold. So this is why I don't feel the need to, if I keep my margins tight, I don't need to cancel scan. Even on the biggest server in the EU. But anyway, as far as Project Draenor is concerned today, we've restocked, we've recrafted, we have, we went to record highs. In fact, the record high has disappeared now because we've also spent most of it. But we did get to a record high amount of gold. We've spent a bunch. Now we're back down to, you know, 80,000 gold total. The graph is going to go up and down like this for quite a while. The graph will go up and down like this until we get to a point where we can actually start profiting from our legendaries. And then we should be able to sort of stabilize it at, you know, maybe 500,000 and sit at 500,000 for a while. Then when we stop ranking legendaries, then it will, you know, then hopefully 9.2 will happen and it will take off. That's the plan, at least. I want to go into 9.2 with about 500,000 gold on this realm, if I can. That's not going to allow me to buy much stuff, I don't think, when the patch launches. But it will give me enough gold to do something. Hopefully to get into the new Crafter's Mark. To buy some of the new materials up where needed. That's basically my plan. But I'm going to leave it there for today, boys and girls. Thank you all for joining today. Tomorrow there will be no stream, and there will be no stream on Thursday, unfortunately, this week. Only 3 streams this week, or only 3 planned streams, I should say. I might try and squeeze in a bonus stream at some point, but I've got some real life engagements this week that I need to tend to. So we'll be back on Wednesday then, from a streaming perspective at least. It does mean that I have a little bit more time to put together some YouTube content. There'll be a couple of videos out in the next few days. I want to do an update video for Project Draenor. I've got another couple of ideas in the bank. Another engagement. Thought you were already married. Shh, don't tell the wife. But yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday for a reset day. The latter part of the week on Friday, we will probably pick another game to play. I'm kind of tempted to play a little bit more Hades on Friday. I enjoyed that. That was good fun. Or we may pick something else. I don't know at this point. I've not decided. It's still early. It's still Monday morning. But enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Happy goal making. I will see you all live, at least, on Wednesday. In a bit. Peace.